Distinguished delegates, good afternoon. There is a slight change in on the agenda, so we will be looking at items 13 and 15. Now we can turn to item 13 of the agenda without further ado, which is the presentation of the strategic cycle on 2018 and 2025. I therefore invite Mr. José Luis Pedersoli, Manager of Strategic Planning, to take the floor to present an overview of the strategic cycle 2018-2025, which is for your information. Mr. Pedersoli, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. This presentation refers to document GA34/13. It presents the main results delivered by ICCROM during the 2018-2025 strategic cycle. The General Assembly is invited to consider this document for information. This report marks the conclusion of ICCROM's 2018-2025 strategic cycle, providing a consolidated account of the organization's contributions to heritage conservation over the past 8 years. It presents the key outcomes and outputs achieved through ICCROM's programs and activities. Structured around the strategic directions and objectives defined for the cycle, the report highlights ICCROM's demonstrable impact across thematic and regional domains. Drawing on evidence from monitor and evaluation processes, as well as qualitative insights from program implementation, it assesses how ICCROM's work has advanced institutional capacities, professional development, policy engagement, and knowledge exchange within the heritage field and beyond. The report also served as a bridge to the 2026-2031 strategic cycle, offering reflections and lessons learned to inform future planning and delivery. By documenting achievements and challenges, ICCROM reaffirms its commitment to transparency, accountability, and continuous improvement in service of its global mission. This slide revisits the 3 strategic directions and 9 underlying strategic objectives for the concluding cycle. These provided the framework for thematic and regional priorities, program design, and resource allocation. Strategic Direction 1 focused on world concerns for cultural heritage. Strategic Direction 2 aimed at creating a diverse and inclusive global network. And Strategic Direction 3 concentrated on strengthening and transforming ICCROM for the future. This evaluation applied the outcomes harvesting method to identify evidence of change across ICCROM's activities during the strategic cycle and worked backwards to determine how and to what extent these activities contributed. In the absence of a structured theory of change with defined causal pathways, the outcome harvesting method was chosen for its suitability to ICCROM's complex operating environment, where cause and effect relationships were not fully articulated at the planning and implementation stage. The process was supported by an independent team of external consultants with active engagement from the Secretariat. Data collection methods included literature reviews, outcome harvesting workshops and focus groups, as well as validation interviews with external stakeholders. The collected data were synthesized into outcome narratives, with triangulation across sources to ensure analytical robustness. At the output level, a consolidated overview of aggregated figures for the cycle is provided. The detailed disaggregated data are available in the periodic reports submitted to the governing bodies. Outcomes are presented in outcome maps across the 3 strategic directions as shown in this slide. They are classified as immediate and long-term. Immediate outcomes are readily identifiable, while long-term outcomes reflect early signs of change towards progress rather than fully realized achievements. Each outcome is categorized by its area of change, knowledge, practice, or policy. The strength of each outcome is assessed as strong, moderate, or limited, based on the quality and depth of the supporting evidence. Where outcomes relate to multiple strategic objectives within or across strategic directions, they are mapped to the one most closely associated for clarity and analytical focus. This and the following slides presents the tangible changes that ICCROM has helped achieve during the 2018-2025 strategic cycle. Real outcomes that demonstrate our shared commitment to safeguarding cultural heritage worldwide. Under the strategic objective to protect heritage in times of crisis, ICCROM has demonstrably contributed to the following changes. Government agencies and conservation organizations have improved their heritage conservation practices. Conservation practitioners have enhanced their understanding of the crucial role of indigenous heritage and indigenous knowledge in heritage-based action. Partners have integrated heritage considerations into their development planning and humanitarian response efforts. Promotion and exchange of best practices for heritage conservation have expanded among conservation organizations and professionals within and across regions. Heritage organizations and communities are increasingly proactive in efforts towards climate risk mitigation for the protection of cultural heritage. Affected communities have improved knowledge and capacities regarding heritage conservation against disaster, climate, and conflict risks. Local communities in conflict-affected settings have increased interest in the protection of intangible cultural heritage. Moving to ICCROM's work in support of Africa's cultural heritage, the following outcomes have been achieved. Young people are more included at the forefront of the cultural heritage sector. Heritage professionals in Africa have increased capacities in heritage management. Young people have increased opportunities for entrepreneurship in the heritage sector in Africa. In terms of fostering emerging issues in heritage and conservation, ICCROM has contributed to the following changes. Heritage organizations are increasingly integrating the linkage between culture and nature in heritage management. Partners have increasingly recognized the crucial role of heritage in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. ICCROM and heritage professionals have increasingly integrated well-being considerations into heritage discourse and practices. Turning to the second strategic direction, under the objective to lead and innovate capacity building at all levels, the following outcomes have been identified. Heritage professionals and organizations have improved access to capacity building initiatives. Heritage professionals across different geographies have enhanced expertise in conservation. ICCROM training courses participants have improved professional opportunities. ICCROM training participants have increased networking and collaboration opportunities. On enhancing community engagement in protecting heritage, ICCROM's efforts have resulted in the following changes. Heritage protection has become more inclusive, engaging a broader range of stakeholders beyond the traditional heritage community. Local communities have improved resource support for community-led heritage conservation. In terms of strengthening awareness about heritage and conservation, ICCROM has contributed to the following outcomes. Coordination and cooperation among relevant agencies and actors for heritage conservation has improved. Heritage institutions have increasingly recognized the importance of heritage science as a policy, practice, and academic domain. There is an increased momentum in policy-level changes in heritage conservation in some communities. Moving now to the third strategic direction, and turning to the strategic objective to strengthen ICCROM's foundations, the following changes have been achieved. ICCROM has enhanced its credibility as a partner in the conservation sector. ICCROM has enhanced its partnerships with member states and other institutions. On increasing the impact of service delivery and visibility, the following changes have been achieved. Policymakers and heritage practitioners have increasingly recognized ICCROM tools and guidance resources. ICCROM has diversified donor base by increasing contributions from donors, both member states and other organizations. Finally, under the strategic objective to modernize and invest for greater effectiveness and efficiency, ICCROM has strengthened internal processes across key areas of its core operations, including human resources, financial management, digital transformation, and more. This slide provides a snapshot of ICCROM's key outputs delivered during the 2018-2025 strategic cycle. More than 10,000 people upskilled through training and capacity building initiatives. Over 300 courses implemented. More than 150 knowledge resources published and translated into 30 languages. Over 300 partnerships agreements established, and over 800 on-the-ground technical assistance services provided to member states. Drawing on insights from the outcome analysis of the 2018-2025 strategic cycle, the following strategic observations were formulated by the independent external evaluation team commissioned by ICCROM. Programs have contributed to improve heritage conservation practices, but in some instances, challenges remain in translating these into long-term results. Strategic directions were inadequate for guiding activities, setting priorities, or measuring impact, requiring a clearer framework to achieve desired outcomes. Regional presence enhances ICCROM's mandate through local collaboration and community engagement, though expanding specific regional focus could risk disconnection and resource strain. The lack of a results framework and monitoring approach hindered outcome identification and long-term impact tracking. There's a need for developing robust evaluation mechanisms and consistent reporting. From the 2018-2025 strategic cycle outcome analysis, the external evaluation team made the following recommendations: to develop a clear theory of change for the next strategic cycle, to conduct internal strategic reflection of the nature and pace of decentralization, to undertake policy planning and prioritization exercise, to strengthen monitor and evaluation mechanisms, to continue to explore new funding sources to ensure greater diversification of revenue. ICCROM has already acted on some of these recommendations, including the development of a theory of change for the next strategic cycle and a robust monitor and evaluation framework, which will be introduced in subsequent presentations. The 2018-2025 strategic cycle marked a period of meaningful progress and institutional growth for ICCROM. Through capacity building programs, knowledge resources, and strategic partnerships, ICCROM delivered impactful results, strengthened professional competencies, empowered communities, and advanced inclusive and sustainable heritage practices. Internally, ICCROM modernized operations, improved efficiency, and expanded digital access, while externally fostering innovation, resilience, and collaboration, elevating heritage within global development and climate agendas. As ICCROM enters the 2026-2031 strategic cycle, it does so with renewed clarity and purpose, aligning programs with strategic priorities, expanding global partnerships, and reinforcing operational resilience. Guided by evidence, inclusivity, and collaboration, ICCROM will continue to safeguard cultural heritage as a vital resource for equitable and sustainable development worldwide. This concludes the presentation of the report on the strategic cycle 2018-2025. The suggested action required is repeated here in this final slide. Thank you for your attention.
I thank Mr. Pedersoli and the Secretariat for this comprehensive presentation and for the valuable overview of the achievements and lessons learned under the strategic cycle 2018-2025. And I would like to ask the distinguished delegates if there are any questions or comments on this item based on the presentation. No? Okay, thank you. I thank the Secretariat for their informative presentation again and for these insights just shared with us. As this item is for information, I ask that the General Assembly takes note of the report and the presentation provided, and we can now move to the next item, which is item number 15. Now, for this agenda item, for number 15, I invite the Director General to deliver the report on the relationship with the host country, Italy. Director General.
All right, thank you so much, Madam Vice President. I will, with your permission, will do so from here. This is an update, and I do it, of course, on behalf of the Secretariat, and I will also speak to the slides. So next slide, please. All right, this document is, of course, it's an update, as I said, of our excellent relationship with the host country, as it has been requested to be put on the agenda as usual, and it's my pleasure, in fact, to report on that type of relationship. And indeed, it's going to touch upon three main points: is the progress made on the issue of the premises, which I think is the one that has been requested also in past years; the increased visibility and contribution given from the Italian government to ICCROM's work and programs; and the enhanced cooperation and strengthened engagement with the Italian institutions. Next, thanks. So the update on the relationship, of course, we are trying to be succinct. There's many things to say, and I already said that three major points, so I would kindly ask to move to the next slide, this is the summary of what I already said. So I think this is an extraordinary result. I feel extremely proud to be the one to say to you. I know that the so-called premises issue, when I arrived in ICCROM, was like, oh, there is the premises issue. And so I said, okay, then let me act on it. And of course, I would have not done so without the full support of the government of Italy to finally come to a very successful resolution. So you might have seen or might have come to ICCROM premises. The premises now in San Michele requires, since many years, I was told 25 years and more of need, substantive renovation. So the place is amazing, and I also want to thank again Italy for offering that premises to us for free. But of course, as all monuments, and as we are speaking about heritage, it's needless to say to you, they need to be maintained, and somehow it has required a lot of significant work. So I don't go to the details of every numbers, and I'm sure you have seen it in the presentation. But what you see now, it's the rendering, as they call it, of what ICCROM San Michele will look like. So what happened is that in this biennium, of course, I made sure that, one, the commitment of Italy, who I thank, and I see in the room colleagues whenever they want to intervene, please do, because I'm doing so also fundamentally stating on behalf of the government their confirmation of 10.5 million euro for the renovations work of the current premises. And this is how, after the project, which is entering into effective stage, will actually look like. So a modernized office space, recognizing the role of ICCROM as an international organization, so to have a proper place for staff to work and as a representation place. Also, Italy has not only confirmed this important amount of money for undertaking this massive work, but has also confirmed, as usual, their support for maintenance, as every year they do. So it's also important to recognize this very important amount of money. Next. Okay, here, because of the beauty of the project, is just to show you how the engineers and architects have projected the new premises to be. And so there is a very massive project behind. As I said, there's a big group of architects from the Ministry of Culture of Italy. And allow me to thank Minister Giuli for all the support that he has extended to me in my tenure so far, for confirming all that, and also the time of all his excellent team to work for us in this project. So this is how ICCROM San Michele will look like. But as I also negotiated, it was not possible to have works while staff was inside the premises. It has also been agreed and be given to ICCROM a temporary premises. So staff, we can continue our work without any disruption, and I signed personally an agreement on 18th of June at the presence of the Minister of Culture and Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, an agreement, let's say an addendum to the host agreement, allowing ICCROM to move to what we call the San Francesco Aripa complex, again given for free to ICCROM to have our continuation of the work while we will go back once the work are finished. So this is to be considered temporary premises, and it's beautiful and it's fully refurbished. And once the works in San Michele will end, we will go back to San Michele renovated, fully renovated. Next. So for these premises, which, as I said, is already ready to go and to be occupied by us, I also gently request additional works to make it even more conducive for the colleagues, and an additional amount of 500,000 has been provided to attend this request. And again, an enormous thank you to the government of Italy for catering this additional request. I think this is the major milestone, obviously, when we speak about this, but please, next slide. We want to also say that it is not only that issue, which I don't even like it to call it issue, of course, is something that has been resolved. We also have an amazing relation with the host country, like we have with all of you, obviously, but that was the request to have this specific point on the agenda. Let me go through very briefly. You have heard me speaking about the project in Africa, the multi-country project. We have received 6 million euros from the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Italian cooperation. And also, of course, we are receiving different type of support, including, as I mentioned in the report of implementation, the first ever junior professional officer for ICCROM, which is indeed a staff paid by the government of Italy, which, of course, as you can hear me sometimes speaking, our workforce is our main strength. And of course, if countries, and I plead here to follow eventually this example, can also help us to reinforce our workforce, we would be extremely happy and delighted. So next, that's already said, thank you so much. And then again, just to briefly touch upon all the different engagement that I also personally had, and during these 2 years, there have been, of course, an important G7 ministerial meeting on culture, then other exchanges, for instance, in Florence on the 15th of April, an international conference indeed on fostering Italy-Africa relations, then obviously the ministerial segment on the second edition of Naples Conference on Cultural Heritage, and then many other conferences, including also ICCROM being invited to stay at the table, and I spoke to different ministers at the Council of Europe. So this, again, is just to say a couple of the engagement we have with Italy. Next. And we do much more, and I want to recognize also the work and the enhanced work with the Ministry of Culture and so many other institutions. I also want to recognize our strengthened relation with ICCR, which is also sitting in our council as ex officio, Istituto Centrale del Restauro, and so many others, the Carabinieri, TPG, with whom we did an excellent side event yesterday evening, and so many universities, Castel Sant'Angelo. This is just an overview, because again, it was due and it's part of the relationship with the host country agreement update that we give a regional assembly. Of course, I can do all that with each of you, but just because that was part of the agenda, I want to sincerely thank the host country, Italy, for their utmost support, I would say, of course, strengthened support. And on behalf of ICCROM, we thank the host country for that. With this, I can conclude and ready for questions if necessary.
Thank you, Director General, for this report and the important updates just provided. Before opening the floor to all delegates, I recognize the representative of the host country and I invite them to take the floor for any comments.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Oui, avant tout, un grand remerciement à la directrice générale pour l'action, la collaboration pendant ce biennium qui vient de s'écouler. La question du siège, comme nous savons, a été pour pas mal de temps une question centrale dans les débats. Et il s'agit de monuments historiques, donc nous parlons en ICCROM et nous savons toute la complexité de la restructuration et du déménagement qui ça implique. Donc, pendant cette période, on a essayé de mettre à disposition toutes les ressources, pas seulement financières, mais administratives et logistiques pour mener à bien et finaliser le déménagement et la restauration complète du siège historique de l'ICCROM. Donc merci à l'ICCROM et merci aussi pour tous les autres programmes qui nous avons pu développer pendant cette période, en particulier les programmes liés à la coopération avec l'Afrique, dont nous avons parlé hier pendant le side event qui s'est déroulé avant la pause de déjeuner. Donc merci à la directrice générale et merci à toute l'Assemblée.
Thank you, Italy, for your intervention. I now open the floor for the member states to make comments. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Vice-Présidente. Nous aimerions évidemment remercier notre pays voisin, l'Italie aussi, pour le grand soutien dédié à cette organisation, notamment par rapport au déménagement et du nouveau siège, dont nous avons effectivement parlé depuis de nombreuses années, si ce n'est pas décennies. Et vu ces laps de temps quand même importants et les discussions, j'avais une question peut-être que je n'ai pas très bien entendue, mais est-ce qu'il y a un calendrier prévu aussi quand il y aura le déménagement, le redéménagement, les travaux, le début de travail, fin de travaux, etc. Et comment tout ça va se dérouler dans les prochaines 2 ans, 3 ans, 4 ans. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Switzerland. I request the Director General if she wishes to reply to this question.
Oui, merci le délégué de la Suisse-Irlande et merci aussi pour rappeler que tout à fait c'était en question depuis longtemps. Et je suis contente d'être la DG qui peut amener tous ces concrets, voilà, comment disons, update to you. So I can also respond to the calendar eventually. Of course, we are in the hands of the technical group from the Ministry of Culture, but as we had also the chance to, we meet them very, very often. What I can tell you is that roughly we are told that the works, because they are very substantive, they can actually last for 18 to 20 months. So now, as I said, the project is entering into the effective phase. There will be also the necessity, as this is premises of the state, so there is a public tender also ongoing. So the moment that all the procedure are terminated, we should actually, they will actually start the works around the first quarter of 2026 for a period of 18 to 20 months. At least this is what, of course, is envisaged, unless they found additional, say, issue. But the project is very thorough, so they have looked into all the issues. So that is quite a very realistic time frame that they have provided to us. In the meantime, of course, we will stay in the new premises, temporary premises, until the works end. So let's say for the utmost safety of my colleagues, that is the most appropriate solution. And I again thank enormously the government of Italy, because that situation is also extremely comfortable and conducive. And as soon as the works are ready, we will go back to the current premises. Thank you.
Thank you, Director General. There is a request from Ecuador to take the floor. Ecuador.
Gracias, señora vicepresidenta. Mi delegación quisiera expresar su agradecimiento al Gobierno de Italia como sede de las organizaciones internacionales en Roma por los esfuerzos constantes que ha hecho para apoyar al ICCROM y su sede. Y en el presente caso, agradecer por el esfuerzo y la importante contribución que está realizando para que el ICCROM pueda contar con una sede completamente renovada y adecuada para sus funciones. Gracias.
Thank you, Ecuador. USA, the United States of America, have requested the floor. You have the floor, USA.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. And thank you, DG, for the update. The United States would like to take this opportunity to commend and express its appreciation to the government of Italy for the financial support it has committed for the renovations of ICCROM premises. We know this has been a long-standing issue, and we appreciate this update and the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments? No? Thank you. Your support is duly noted. Now, the General Assembly takes note of the progress made in the relationship between ICCROM and the host country, and thanks the Italian government for its scaled-up support. Thank you, Italy. Now, we're now moving on to item 16. We will be starting the discussion, if it's not finished, at 3:30. We will have to stop the discussion on item 16, though, because we have to have the thematic discussion on 3:30. So this is the change on the agenda. Now we will move on with the item 16. The President.
Thank you, Auntie. Now we have arrived at item 16, which is draft amendment to ICCROM statutes for adoption. And for this, I invite the chairperson of council to come forward and introduce the amendment in accordance with Article 11B of the statutes of ICCROM. It was circulated on 13th of June 2025. Chairperson, you have the floor.
Pour la traduction, je vais parler, pour les interprètes, pardon, je vais parler en français. Merci Madame la Présidente, Mesdames, Messieurs les délégués. Le Conseil souhaite introduire une proposition d'amendement au statut de l'ICCROM, proposition d'amendement qui porte sur son article 9. L'application de l'article 9 des statuts relatifs aux sanctions prévues en cas d'arriéré avait fait l'objet d'importantes discussions lors de la précédente Assemblée générale. Mais davantage que le type de sanction, c'est la manière dont les arriérés étaient présentés et discutés à l'Assemblée générale qui avait fait l'objet d'un débat. Je crois que la discussion que nous avons eue également hier sur le point 9, relatif à cet article 9, va également dans le même sens. Le Conseil s'est donc saisi de cette question au cours de ce biennum. Et au cours des réflexions, des préoccupations selon lesquelles le processus actuel pourrait s'apparenter à une stigmatisation publique ont été évoquées. Une possible inégalité de traitement entre États membres présents dans la salle ou absents a également été mentionnée. Il a été suggéré ainsi de réviser la procédure afin de l'aligner sur les pratiques d'autres organisations internationales de manière à minimiser cette perception. Le Conseil vous proposera donc, ultérieurement, d'aborder la question de la création d'un comité des contributions de l'Assemblée générale. C'est un point que nous aborderons, c'est le point 20 que nous aborderons demain. Pour ce qui relève des statuts, ce sur quoi nous avons à nous prononcer maintenant, il a été jugé opportun de modifier le titre de l'article 9 en remplaçant le terme « sanction » par l'expression « mesure en cas de non-paiement de la contribution fixée ». Une telle formulation conserve le sens initial, mais dans un langage plus neutre. Le Conseil vous propose donc d'adopter l'amendement de l'article 9 des statuts tel qu'il est proposé ici à l'écran. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chairperson, for this presentation. Now I open the floor for interventions, comments before we proceed to a vote. Yes. You want me to repeat? Yes. We are going for a consensus. Can you request the floor, please, if you have a question? The instruction is that the presentation is over and the floor is open for comments before we proceed for consensus. Yes. Yeah. Chili, do you need the floor? Yes.
No había quedado muy claro, pero su último comentario ya arroja luces sobre el procedimiento. Simplemente para apoyar, obviamente, la moción que se nos presenta, que nos parece muy adecuada y mejor a lo que se intenta reformar. Gracias.
Thank you. I would like to ask the Secretariat to project the draft decision onto the screen. The draft decision is there on the screen for everyone to follow.
I'm sorry, it is not the good file, please.
Sorry? It's not the right one, yes. Can we please project the right decision on the screen for everyone to follow? I request the Secretariat and the technical staff. Thank you. This is the right decision. The earlier one was by mistake. This is for your perusal, approval, comments. I would like to ask if there are objections, which may be to adopting this draft decision to the statutes by consensus. Yeah. Hearing no objections, the General Assembly adopts the amendments to ICCROM statutes by consensus. For item 16.2, we have not received any proposals to amend the statutes put forth by member states. The point is open for discussion, interventions at this stage, if there are any. Amendments to the statutes proposed by a member state shall be contained in a communication sent to the Director General. The said communication shall be issued by the head of the state, the head of the government, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs or other appropriate minister. This is the draft. This is the rule of procedure, Rule 74.
The amendment to the statutes has been proposed to be from 180 days prior.
To make the matters clear, any amendments to ICCROM shall be communicated to all member states and to the Director General of UNESCO at least 180 days prior to the session of the General Assembly, on whose agenda they are to be placed. We will start with item 17.1, and we have 10 minutes for that, post which we'll have to stop for the thematic discussion as people are joining online, and we will resume after we are finished with the thematic discussion for this. The item 17 is draft amendments to the rules of procedure of the General Assembly. Having decided on the amendments to the statutes, we now turn on our attention to item 17.1 of the agenda. I will come to Dominican Republic after I'm finished reading. I have noted your raised hand. Being the draft amendments of the rules to the procedure of the General Assembly as proposed by Council, I ask the chairperson once again to present the item, but I will request the chairperson to hold. And Dominican Republic, you have the floor, post which I will ask the chairperson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Buenas tardes a todos. Voy a hablar en español, aprovechando esta oportunidad de poderlo hacer. Durante esta Asamblea General, hemos observado que persisten diversos problemas de coherencia entre distintos aspectos de los estatutos y textos básicos del ICCROM, incluidas sus traducciones y en particular, por ejemplo, el artículo 5. Por ello, solicitamos respetuosamente que el secretariado del ICCROM considere la elaboración de una propuesta de revisión de dichos textos en consulta con los Estados miembros, con miras a su eventual aprobación en la próxima Asamblea General del 2027. Para ello, sugerimos el siguiente texto para añadir a las decisiones de este tema del 16 y 17 que ya enviamos por correo a la Secretaría. Por favor, si lo pueden poner en pantalla. I sent you. It says request. Así lo vemos todos.
Can you please clarify?
Yes, we sent it.
Are these the ICCROM statutes you're referring to? And
Yes.
also the date when you submitted these?
No, we sent now to an email suggesting, it's a suggestion to
It's
be
a
added.
suggestion for-
Sí, sí, para
for
ser
later.
añadido, sí. Sí.
For later.
Sí.
Yes.
Ah, no, ahora, sí, por favor, lo podemos enseñar para compartir, para que todos lo vean. Lo mandé a la secretaría.
Are you requesting
pequeño
for this to be
texto.
projected?
Sí, exactamente. Sí,
Yes.
sí. Sí, por favor.
Okay.
Sí.
We'll request
No, this
the
one, the
legal
last one I
advisor to
sent.
please intervene
Says
on this
request
matter
the
or as per the
secretariat-
procedures.
Yeah.
Yeah, and please point of order. And you have submitted your request. Now we'll take the floor.
Oh.
Okay. So I suggest the legal advisor to kindly intervene.
So just to clarify, Dominican Republic, you're referring to a mail that you sent at 3:09 p.m.
No, I sent it right now, a few
Yes.
minutes ago, to show. Okay.
Let me
Okay.
finish first. So you refer to a mail that you sent at 3:09 p.m. today, which is language to be added in the decision that would be taken, correct? Okay. Okay. So, yeah, but we haven't I mean, it is language that you want to add to the decision of the, exactly, item 16, which we just closed, or item 17?
It's referred to both.
Okay. So I understand that you are not proposing any amendment to the statutes per se. Yes, I saw the United Kingdom. No,
I'm sorry, point of order, everyone. Please do not talk directly and go through proper procedures. And that is same for the member states, but also for people who are sitting here on the dais, no direct interaction. A request has been raised. We will come to you, UK. We'll give you the floor. Yes, point of order.
Okay, but just to clarify, and I'm finishing. Just to clarify, you're not proposing any amendment to the statute, nor any amendment to the rules of procedure per se. Okay.
Thank you, UK.
I'm so sorry, but that was a point of order. I did indicate it at the beginning, and points of order do need to be taken immediately. I will remind you about Rule 43. We've already closed the debate on the statutes. The statutes, you even read out the very clear indication that there's a 180-day rule, that any amendment to the statutes had to be circulated to all member states and to the DG of UNESCO ahead. We cannot see a proposed amendment on the screen now once the point has already been closed. And this is not a proposed amendment to the rules of procedure of the General Assembly. So with all due respect to Dominican Republic, it's a brilliant idea, but we need to pick this up in another venue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, UK. And before I give the floor to Dominican Republic, you have a proposal to project, and we will take a call on this, and wait for us to take a call on this before you make a direct request, which is against the point of order. And now the floor is yours.
Yes, it's as the legal advisor said, this is not a modification, it's just a suggestion to share with the whole floor. So I sent it now because we just, to be able to be projected and show everyone. It's a proposal on this item. Over.
Thank you. Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We agree with all the delegations, actually, but I think this item, the proposal should be discussed during the other businesses item, which is 25, if I'm not mistaken, any other business item. So if the honorable delegate who proposed this decision can raise this issue during that item, maybe we can discuss it and add it to the decision. Is that possible?
All right. Your point has been noted. Dominican Republic, your point has been noted. We will come back to you on this. If there are no more interventions at this stage, then I will ask the chairperson once again to present the item.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Mesdames et Messieurs les délégués, l'une des fonctions du Conseil, rappelée tant à l'article 5.2F des statuts qu'à l'article 14E du règlement intérieur du Conseil, est de faire des recommandations à l'Assemblée générale sur la nomination du directeur général. Au cours des débats de la 33e session de l'Assemblée générale, ainsi que dans le rapport du Président à la 98e session du Conseil, la nécessité de renforcer la communication entre le Conseil et l'Assemblée générale, ainsi que d'accroître la transparence du processus de sélection, avait été exprimée. Le Conseil s'est donc penché au cours de ce biennum sur la procédure interne au Conseil et après la réalisation d'une analyse comparative parmi d'autres organisations intergouvernementales ainsi qu'organisations non gouvernementales, a décidé d'appliquer différents principes visant à assurer la participation du Conseil dans son ensemble, renforçant également la légitimité du processus. Parmi les principes discutés, le Conseil propose de soumettre à l'Assemblée générale une liste restreinte comprenant au maximum 3 noms, contre 1 nom dans la pratique actuelle, dans un souci de transparence et d'implication des États membres. Afin de refléter ces principes, un amendement à l'article 64.2 du règlement intérieur de l'Assemblée générale est nécessaire pour autoriser le Conseil à proposer à l'Assemblée générale une liste restreinte comprenant plus d'un candidat. Le Conseil vous propose ainsi d'adopter l'amendement au règlement intérieur de l'AG qui devrait s'afficher à l'écran. If we can have the amendment on the screen, please. Thank you very much. Le Conseil vous propose ainsi d'adopter l'amendement au règlement intérieur que vous avez désormais à l'écran. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
I request the chairperson to kindly read this out for everyone so that while they're seeing, you are also reading it out loud.
I will read the amendment in English as it is printed on the screen or projected on the screen. Appointment of the Director General. Rule 64. Consideration of the Council's nomination by the General Assembly. 64.1. There is no proposal amendment there. I won't read it. 64.2, if the General Assembly does not elect any of the persons nominated by the Council, the latter should appoint an interim Director General who should not be one of the persons whose nomination was rejected and shall submit a new nomination to the next General Assembly in accordance with the procedure specified in Rule 63. So the changes are here marked in red. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you for this presentation. I now open the floor for comments, as this document is for consideration and debate. Dominican Republic, you have the floor. Thank you. Since there are no interventions, we go for consensus. Yes. I will give the floor to Italy, then Chile, then Dominican Republic, and then Brazil.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a brief comment, which I think I have to share with the General Assembly today. I think that the proposal of moving from 1 to 3 possible candidates from the Council to the General Assembly is good, and it actually does point to a better transparency of the process. My appeal for the General Assembly fellow members is to establish a significant time between the appointment by the Council of the 3 names and the decision to be taken by the General Assembly. This is to avoid what happened even in last time, when the number 1 proposal from the candidate from the Council had not time enough, the General Assembly was not given time enough to ponder over the nomination. This will apply even further when the candidates are 3. The General Assembly must have ample times to discuss and ponder over the 3 candidates, which of the 3 is the best represented, is the best adequate to fulfill the posting of Director General. So my appeal is, if we have 3 names, if the General Assembly has 3 names to ponder and consider, that the General Assembly must be given ample, adequate time to ponder over the curriculum of the 3 candidates. And by ample time, I mean not the previous night from overnight and then the next day to vote, but ample time to go through the curriculum and through all that is required to make the best informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy. We will ascertain if the General Assembly, if this is the direction that the General Assembly would like to take, and I will give the floor to Chile, Dominican Republic, and Brazil, but not to any other at the moment, because we have to go to the thematic discussion where people are joining online from across the world, and we need to stick to time. And I will request all of you, all 3 member states, to please keep your points brief. Chile, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Simplemente quería conocer cuáles eran los motivos que motivaban esta reforma, este cambio. Así como está explicitado literalmente, no queda muy claro the reasoning behind. Y a la luz de lo expuesto por el colega de Italia, claramente, si esa es la intención, me parece que el texto como está presentado no refleja completamente el ánimo de reforma. Se requeriría algo más. Gracias.
I'll request the chairperson to respond to this.
Merci Madame la Présidente, merci pour la question effectivement qui est posée. Cette proposition est issue des réflexions du groupe de travail d'abord au sein du Conseil, puis ensuite menée au sein du Conseil général, de manière générale, pour répondre à des questions qui avaient été soulevées précédemment lors de la précédente Assemblée générale sur la proposition qui avait été faite sur la possibilité, dans la procédure de sélection du DG, de n'avoir qu'un nom à soumettre à l'Assemblée générale. Et pour donner plus de responsabilité, plus de choix, en l'occurrence à l'Assemblée générale, les réflexions du Conseil ont mené à faire cette proposition qui est de pouvoir proposer un nom, 2 noms, voire 3 noms, mais au maximum 3 noms à l'Assemblée générale. Ce qui permet ensuite à l'Assemblée générale de mener une réflexion et de se saisir, en l'occurrence, de cette décision. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. Dominican Republic, you have the floor.
No, I just wanted to say I agree with what's said by Italy and now by Chile, that there's something not very clear, so we are not sure if this is the right way to proceed. Oh. And then I take advantage, I have the floor. I intervened in the President point, and I was just left like, I don't understand what happened with my proposal. So if later after this point, you can clarify it. Thank you.
We will clarify that, as I have said earlier. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be very brief. Well, my comment is more of a question. I'd like to, in formal terms, I would like to ask the chairman of the council whether it wouldn't be suitable to have nominate in 64.1 to have considered the nominations for the office instead of nomination in singular. And as of the 64.2, perhaps we could establish in the text the number of nominations, because it's as the chairman himself mentioned just now, the council could appoint 1 name, 2 names, 3 names. So perhaps it would be on the benefit of everyone to have written, and so that we have previsibility. This is to say that Brazil believes that this change goes in the right direction to give transparency and accountability to the processes. So thank you.
I will request the chairperson to respond to this, but not now, because we are short of time. We have to go to the thematic discussion now. But after we are done with the thematic discussion, I'll request the chairperson to respond to the queries raised by Brazil, Italy, and Dominican Republic on this. Yes. So we go to our next agenda item, number 18, thematic discussion. As we come to thematic discussion, I wish to remind you that this item does not require any formal action by the General Assembly. The thematic discussion was introduced by the Council with the intention of placing a conservation-focused agenda item alongside the broader governance matters of the General Assembly. It provides a space to reflect collectively on challenges, trends, and the evolving role of cultural heritage in society. This year, our thematic discussion turns to cultural heritage and sustainable development. I will now give the floor to Eileen McNeil, member of the ICCROM Council and chairperson of the Council Working Group on the thematic discussion, to introduce the topic. Eileen, you have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente, chers délégués, chers ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs. C'est donc un grand plaisir pour moi d'introduire cette session thématique lors de la 34e session de l'Assemblée générale, et session qui est consacrée au thème des liens entre l'héritage, le patrimoine et le développement durable. Donc diverses voix vont intervenir, diverses expériences pour refléter comment cet héritage partagé, ce patrimoine partagé, tangible et intangible, naturel et culturel, peut être une force puissante pour atteindre les objectifs du développement durable. Donc, nous allons regarder comment cet héritage, ce patrimoine, quand il est envisagé de manière holistique, peut aller au-delà de la préservation stricte, au sens strict du patrimoine, pour devenir un moteur de l'innovation, de la gestion responsable de l'environnement et de l'inclusion sociale. En faisant cela, nous réaffirmons que préserver le patrimoine n'est pas simplement protéger le passé, mais aussi modeler le futur, un futur durable et équitable. Pour guider notre conversation, j'ai le privilège d'introduire le professeur Sofia Labadi, professeur de patrimoine sur l'histoire du patrimoine et le patrimoine à l'université de Kent et à l'université de Bonn. Le professeur Labadi est internationalement reconnu dans ce domaine pour ses travaux sur les relations entre le patrimoine et le développement durable. Sa présentation et sa conduite des débats montrera ses fondations intellectuelles sur lesquelles, pour cette session, et nous encouragera tous à voir le patrimoine comme quelque chose de dynamique, d'adaptatif et d'adapté, et une réponse aux enjeux et aux réalités contemporaines. Nous allons donc entendre une série de cas de figure tirés d'expériences tout autour de la Terre, dans tout le monde entier, offrant chacun une perspective différente sur la manière dont le patrimoine peut être intégré au développement durable et à ses enjeux. Madame Talia Velasco, de l'Institut national d'anthropologie et d'histoire de Mexico, présentera un projet de conservation basé sur le rôle des communautés sur le site archéologique d'Oxtotitlan. Madame Betty Karanja des musées nationaux du Kenya partagera ses perspectives sur les perspectives du projet Illeret Footprint Project. Monsieur Repol Kanji, cofondateur du Grid Corporation en Inde, discutera et interviendra sur Jodhpur. Et le docteur Pascal Tarouvinga de l'Université de Rhodes en Afrique du Sud nous évoquera les questions liées à Robben Island en Afrique du Sud. Et finalement, pour conclure, le docteur Alexandre De Little de l'Université de Leeds au Royaume-Uni présentera le Leeds Culture Strategy et les conséquences et les conclusions qu'il peut en tirer. Ces expériences montreront à quel point le patrimoine offre un potentiel de transformation puissant. Et suivant ces présentations, vous aurez tout le temps de débattre et de répondre à des questions, de poser des questions auxquelles, évidemment, les participants répondront. Et je laisse la parole à Sofia Labadi.
Merci beaucoup, Aline. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues and friends, it is a great honor for me to guide and frame this thematic discussion on this fundamental topic that is cultural heritage and its link with sustainable development. Next slide, please. So the topic of cultural heritage and sustainable development is not new. It has been the subject of many important publications. There's a number of them on the screen. I think that engaging with these previous studies is essential, as it helps us to build on existing knowledge, it avoids repeating earlier mistakes, and it helps to design projects that are more likely to achieve their intended results and impacts. Next slide, please. So heritage, as we know, can contribute to a diversity of aspects of sustainable development, including social development and environmental sustainability. This is in line with many different publications, including the ICCROM policy guidance on heritage and the Sustainable Development Goals. Yet, heritage and or for sustainable development is still too often understood through an economic lens only, in particular in terms of tourism revenues. Enlarging the scope of the impacts that heritage can generate can help to enrich projects and their outputs and results. Next slide, please. To harness the rich connection between heritage and sustainable development, local community inputs, as well as their realities and their needs, must be considered. Too often still, heritage for sustainable development projects are defined and imposed externally, overlooking the rich and diverse approaches that could emerge if local input were central to the process. Next slide, please. My research has clearly demonstrated that an external approach, a one-size-fits-all approach, is impossible in heritage and sustainable development, and that externally imposed solutions are bound to fail. One reason for the lack of communities' involvement is the perception, and the wrong perception, that they pose a threat to heritage properties or that they are not aligned with sustainable development practices. However, these are misconceptions, and none of the many projects that I have assessed have ever been successful unless they were locally grounded. Next slide, please. Often, I'm also asked, what are the connections between heritage and sustainable development? And sometimes it seems that these connections are a best kept secret. Heritage properties are too often still understood as static, unchanging, and frozen in time. These perceptions stems from the idea that to have any value, heritage must remain authentic and retain its original design, materials, workmanship, and setting. Consequently, heritage is frequently seen as solely belonging to the past, so as having no connection with sustainable development. However, heritage is very much living and changing, as is going to be exemplified in this rich thematic discussion. Heritage is a feature of our present and future, and not a fixture of our past. Only when this dynamic nature of heritage is embraced that its manifold contribution to sustainable development be fully recognized, including its contribution to poverty reduction, climate change mitigation, and gender equality. Next slide, please. Finally, heritage is complex and is best understood holistically by considering nature, culture, and both tangible and intangible dimensions together. Such a comprehensive perspective can help illuminate how heritage relates to sustainable development challenges. Many projects and initiatives have already explored this connection, as we are going to see, showing how an integrated approach can reveal the rich contributions heritage can make to sustainable development. Next slide, please. So thank you for having listened to me. And we are now going to listen to the first presentation by Talia Velasco. Thank you.
Buenas tardes a todos los miembros de esta Asamblea General. Muchas gracias por esta invitación. Me siento muy honrada y contenta de estar aquí el día de hoy presentando este proyecto de la Coordinación Nacional de Conservación del Patrimonio Cultural del INA. Voy a hacer mi presentación en inglés. ¿Podemos ver la presentación? Can we see the... Thank you. Well, this project initiated in 2002, and it was developed and carried out under the supervision and direction of conservator Sandra Cruz Flores. She works in the CNCPC, in the INA, and she planned and carried out by staff from the Coordination of Conservation from various areas and disciplines in collaboration with staff of different universities, with conservation students also from anthropological disciplines, and earth science from schools in the country and abroad. Also with people of the municipality of Chilapa de Álvarez, local authorities, and the Acatlán Cultural Heritage Preservation Committee, local residents and volunteers from various parts of the country. It was developed from 2002 to 2015. The next, please. The objective of this project was to conserve the cultural and natural heritage of the Oxtotitlan Rock Art Site and the surroundings, under an integral, interdisciplinary and social participatory approach that allows, through shared responsibility, the protection, appropriation, and enhancement of community heritage. The next one, please. The project has the expectations at the time of the project's development of bring attention to this highly significant site in terms of its archaeological and current agricultural ritual practices in the state of Guerrero, which was in a serious state of deterioration and at risk of being lost in the short term, and to remove it from the World Monuments Watch list of 100 most endangered sites. The second one was to initiate a process of engagement, organization, participation, and training within the community that would strengthen its ties to the site and the self-management capacities. And the third one was to ensure that through community management in coordination with the institution, the INA, the site could be managed in a way that would contribute to local development and achieve the sustainability of its preservation. But with the time, the expectations change, and the community group that was organized can be strengthened to ensure the continuity, protection, and maintenance of the Oxtotitlan cave, and that it maintains a strong connection with local and municipal authorities, as well as with the National Institute of Anthropology and History. That the site management process can be sustained over time, transcending annual local, 3-year municipal, and 6-year federal changes in government. And that INA, together with the community and other institutional, governmental, and social stakeholders, can contribute to developing a management and conservation plan for the site that would facilitate its official opening to the public. The next, please. I think it was the previous. The next. Now I am going to express the aspects relevant to sustainability. The social education program focused on conservation or heritage education that was implemented to enhance the educational impact on children and youth. This program strengthened the connection between this generation and their heritage site, ensuring that the site has not been damaged by vandalism, graffiti, or other defacement. The community group was formed and trained to strengthen its self-management and direct management capacities for the site's protection, preventive conservation, and overall maintenance. This group has maintained its recognition by local and municipal authorities as well by the INA. A link was established between local authorities, the community, and the Preservation Committee. This link has been maintained across successive administration, reflecting the committee's continued recognition and activities. Since the project's inception, the municipality has maintained its commitment to providing financial support to two community custodians of the Oxtotitlan site who are key players in its management. The site has gained local and regional recognition and is a popular destination for visitors, primarily from within Mexico. The next, please. And now we are going to review the process and the results. The process was successful because it was built collaboratively with the community and the local authorities. It was a long-term process, 13 years, that respected the decision-making timelines of the community and the local authorities. The results were satisfactory. Community members demonstrate empowerment and a renewed sense of ownership of the site. The committee assumed and continues to assume the role of site manager in coordination with the institution, the INA. The next, please. What were the results and the end of the project? The site was fully conserved and restored, addressing both its cultural and natural components and its social connections. Its 10 panels with rock paintings were conserved and restored. Its protective infrastructure and visitor facilities were improved. An ethnobotanical garden was created in its surroundings. A community group was formed and trained for the management and preventive conservation of the site and for visitor service. A children's group was created as a training group with the community. A heritage education or social education program for conservation was developed, and the links between the INA and the community was strong and strength. The site was symbolically handed over the community, along with its preventive conservation and maintenance program. Once the project was completed and the conditions were in place for the community group to lead the process of care for Oxtotitlan, triggered by comprehensive conservation and promoted by the CNSPC, the community group has been providing ongoing care for the site, preserving it and welcoming visitors. Those visitors generate economic benefits for the local population and the municipality. And I will close with this because of the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Talia, for your great presentation, which demonstrates the importance of a holistic approach that considers conservation, education, social programs, and ethnobotany to ensure sustainable development. I'm now pleased to introduce Betty Caranja. Please, 5 minutes now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophia, and greetings to everybody who's present here today. My name is Betty Caranja, a research scientist here at the National Museums of Kenya. And today I will explore how community engagement is revolutionizing the preservation of prehistoric heritage, and I'll focus on the Ileret Footprints project. Next slide, please. Just to give a contextual location of the place, the Ileret is located in the northwestern part of Kenya on the eastern shores of Lake Turkana, bordering Ethiopia. The area in the blue box there is in the Turkana Basin, which most of our fossils have been discovered. It is approximately 970 kilometers by road from Nairobi, which is the capital city, and a 2-day journey. This area is also inhabited by the very, very vibrant Cushitic community known as the Dasanach, and they predominantly practice nomadic pastoralism and hunting, although more sedentary activities like fishing and agro-pastoralism have started to take roots. Next slide, please. So about the footprints themselves, the site preserves a collection of about 83 ancient hominin footprints, which are attributed to about 18 individuals, and they are dated to about approximately 1.5 million years old. We also found terrestrial and other aquatic animal tracks in this region. Excavations at the site have run from 2004 and continue to date, and the site is actually the best preserved site in the whole of Africa at this time interval, hence its importance. Scientists have been able to conduct detailed studies of the footprints, including the human body structure, movement of our early ancestors, their behavior and interactions in the environment in which they existed. The footprints are also helping to complete the story of the famous Homo erectus Nariokotome, or what we call the Turkana boy, who was discovered in this region, but without his hands and feet. Next, please. So, prehistoric heritage offers invaluable insights into human history, and that is why we continue to study it. Despite its significance, the Ileret site faces threats from environmental factors, climate change issues, and human activities. Torrential rains leading to flash flooding and erosion, as well as the community grazing the animals in this space, is an everyday challenge. The project is, however, anchored on 3 pillars, that is climate change, community, and prehistory, and we partnered with various key players to actualize these pillars. Our project aimed to engage the local community in preservation efforts to ensure their active participation and benefit right from the outset. So we employed various strategies to achieve this. Next slide, please. So the first one was infrastructure. We built gabions and retaining walls to arrest erosion and the effects of flash flooding on the site. We were also able to build a 10,000-liter underground tank to collect and store all the surface runoff water. This first passes through soak pits, which help to filter and provide natural treatment of the water. We also built an interpretation center to help simplify all the scientific jargon, as well as contextualize the footprints for visitors. A shed was erected over the exposed footprints, and a glass cover was laid over them, ensuring a controlled viewing environment and enhancing their protection, while the rest of the prints were reburied. Next slide, please. The second strategy is community engagement, which has been key for the project, including using local artisanal labor in the construction process. This hands-on involvement ensured that the community values and protects the footprints and has created a sense of pride and ownership. We tried to use as much of the local materials as we could, including making the blocks for the construction of the interpretation center. Meetings with the community elders were continuously held to educate and create awareness for the community on the importance of the Ileret footprints. School outreach programs have also been carried out to ensure appreciation of the site for posterity. Workshops on bead making were held not only to preserve traditional crafts, but also to provide economic opportunities for the community. The women were trained to produce merchandise that can be sold to visitors and across our museum outlets. The youth were also trained in digital technology, not only to empower them, but also allow them to participate in digital documentation and promotion of the heritage site. We also incorporated performance arts, which will empower the community to tell their ancestral stories, attracting tourism and attention to the site and adding value to the footprints. Next slide, please. So the emerging benefits, the project has brought numerous benefits to the community, from cultural pride to economic development. They have brought into the project they have bought into the project and are actively engaged in the activities. The women are transforming traditional crafts into viable enterprises, hence getting economically empowered. Developing this site and enhancing its accessibility has made it easier for both locals and tourists to experience the heritage site responsibly. The project's success has garnered local government recognition, with the local county government assuring its support in terms of infrastructural development and management of the site. This will provide much needed employment opportunities for the residents of the region. The underground tank will also provide water for the community and their livestock, reducing the pressure of movement in search of water. Next slide. Key lessons in this project include the importance of continuous dialogue with the community and the need for partners who are committed to and share in your vision. Looking ahead, we hope to expand our engagement efforts and explore new avenues for community engagement. The community will be able to run the day-to-day activities of the center once fully operational. In closing, the Ilarat Footprints Project demonstrates that prehistoric heritage can be preserved most effectively when local communities are empowered as stewards of their own cultural legacy. The project stands as a model for how science, community development, and heritage conservation can be integrated for lasting impacts. Next slide. I thank you for your kind attention.
Is the need for local government support for development initiative essential for heritage and development project. We will now give the floor to Repol Kenji, and please keep the time to 5 minutes. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Good evening, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. I'm Repol Kanji from Corps in India. It is an honor to present at the 34th session of the ICCROM General Assembly. Today, I will be sharing insights into Cool Tool, Sanchay, an initiative focused on de-risking communities at a hyper-local level in Jodhpur. Next slide, please. This project, Cool Tool, Sanchay, Culture for Climate Action in Jodhpur, was implemented within the framework of ICCROM's PAR program, Net Zero. The core objective driving our work was to blend the use of knowledge found in the natural realm of habitation, traditional knowledge, indigenous practices, and place-based wisdom with contemporary scientific advancements and mainstreaming it for climate action and disaster risk reduction. In essence, we sought to prove that culture and tradition are not relics of the past, but powerful, actionable tools for a climate resilient future. Next slide, please. Jodhpur, the iconic Blue City, was an ideal crucible for this work. The first phase of our project involved a rigorous evidence-based approach. We analyzed 100 years of climate data to clearly distinguish climate change from climate variability and understand future trends. Simultaneously, we analyzed the potential to leverage traditional knowledge, indigenous practices, and place-based wisdom to beat the heat. Crucially, we assisted in creating the first of its kind heat action plan for a city, directly integrating this place-based wisdom into a formal policy document. This ensured that the heat action plan of this particular city was truly acceptable to all the stakeholders. Next slide, please. Our next step was to engage with the communities and decision makers so that this does not remain as a one-off intervention. We documented the city's climate culture story. This involves deep engagement with the community to understand their perception of the changing climate. We documented the traditional knowledge and practices used to beat the heat, conserve water, and much more from a diverse group of participants. In the freely available documentary, we highlighted the riskscape through local narratives. Next slide, please. A cornerstone of our method was Manthan, co-learning and mutual sharing. This was an empowering workshop of mutual learning where we shared our understanding of climate change while learning about the old ways of life. We found that the intergenerational knowledge held by women is an incredible tool for hyperlocal climate action. We felt a need to ensure that this knowledge is transferred across generations. Next slide, please. The iconic blue houses of Jodhpur are fabled for providing an ambient indoor temperature. Our work sought to test this if this is true. By studying material, the science of aeration, and the optimal use of sunlight in traditional houses, we identified that it's not primarily the blue color due to the indigo paint, but this climate smart construction technique that has been going on for years together. To bust myths and create an efficient heat health warning system, we introduced the Tiffin Box prototype, a device that records temperature and humidity every second. This beautifully integrates science with traditional beliefs. Next slide, please. We believe that Jodhpur should be called the Blue City, not because of the blue-colored houses, but because of its excellent water culture. We explored how disrespecting this ancient water culture has led to problems, and more importantly, how it can be leveraged for climate action. We engaged young minds, teachers, and parents to build resilience for tomorrow. A small documentary of this is also freely available. Next slide, please. The impact of Cool Tool Sanchay has been significant and far-reaching. It has led to more concerned and vigilant residents and custodians who are now using science and evidence for livelihood, exemplified by the Blue Corridor. Next slide, please. We have seen the mainstreaming of place-based knowledge for climate action and a strong social acceptance of culture for climate action. The voice of youth is now loud and clear, affecting thousands, not only in the older quarters of the city, but also in the new expanding parts of the city. Next slide, please. Academically, the project's rigor has been recognized in high-quality journals, as a chapter in the Encyclopedia of Disaster Risk Reduction, as a case study in AR 3.3, as well as its adoption in the World Cities Report of 2024, as an outstanding example of leveraging soft infrastructure. Next slide, please. In fact, during this project, we were also recognized as the best enabler for the implementation of nature-based solution at the national level by WRI and CEW, and also acknowledged at the Gender Just Climate Solutions Award, which was in COP29. The project is even archived in the National Repository of Cases and Good Practices for Urban Resilience. Next slide, please. Our work in Jodhpur shows that indigenous knowledge is a vital living asset for disaster risk reduction and climate action. The key is to overcome existing impediments by focusing on the way forward, like intergenerational dialogue, documentation, collaborative projects, and integration with modern science through verification. Thank you. Thank you all for your patience.
Thank you for this truly inspiring presentation. One key idea I take out is the importance of the knowledge held by women as a powerful resource for hyperlocal climate action. I now would like to give the floor to Pascal Tarovinga and ask him to keep the time to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies and distinguished guests of the 2025 General Assembly. I would like to thank ICCROM, Rhodes University, and Robben Island Museum in supporting me in presenting on title called Navigating Inclusivity and Sustainability, the case of Robben Island World Heritage Property in South Africa. When you look at Robben Island, it's an island that started as a refreshment stop for sailors and then graduated to become a maximum security prison and then become the first post-apartheid museum and World Heritage site. And that transition from all those phases, it's a complex process that you have to take into consideration. And therefore, the foundational phases as a museum and a World Heritage property still have a bearing on how Robben Island is navigating sustainability and conservation. And Robben Island is located 11 kilometers off the mainland in Cape Town in Western Cape. And I'm going to allow the video to tell you the values of Robben Island. Next slide, and you can play the video. Next slide. Robben Island is a World Heritage Site and a museum. Is an institution that has got hybrid mandates. The mandates include conservation of the property, archives, and biodiversity. And for biodiversity, it's one of the places with the largest and surviving breeding penguin colony. And it has also become a marine protected area in terms of the green economy being pushed by the government of South Africa. And also the other mandate is around sustainable tourism, social responsibility towards former political prisoners, and municipal services, which includes power generation and water generation. All these hybrid mandates, they require inclusivity and sustainability, as well as efficiency and effectiveness. So you cannot look at inclusivity and sustainability without looking at all these mandates in the holistic way. Next slide. And Robben Island also, when you look at inclusivity and sustainability, it has a dual funding model that you have to understand. There's a government grant that contributes 35 to 40%, and the rest has to come from own revenue, which means Robben Island has to have sustainable tourism to generate 55 to 65% to make sure that they have the entire budget they require for conservation and all these mandates. So the issue of sustainability actually goes beyond just conservation and sustainable tourism, but the sustainability of the institution as a whole in terms of facilitating its work. And there have been tools that have been developed, next slide, to support this hybridity. When you look at inclusivity and sustainability at Robben Island, it's a game of balancing things. And as you can see from the visitor numbers that are increasing since 2020 after COVID, and now you can see the numbers are going back to the levels that are expected at Robben Island. And you can see the matching revenue that I was talking about. So there has to be a balance between the two. The higher the numbers you have of visitors, the more revenue you generate that is then reinvested into the hybridity of the institution. Next slide. And to facilitate this balance, Robben Island developed a carrying capacity framework for the site, which determines how many people can actually be carried in a sustainable manner and what infrastructure is required to accompany these increasing numbers. So Robben Island has a foolproof plan and a framework that is implemented and monitored on an annual basis, starting with the first one, which is 2,000 people per day, and they're moving towards phase 2, which is 2,800 pax per day, and maybe in the near future around focusing on 3,600 pax per people. So the framework actually tells the sensitivity of the island, where infrastructure could be included and where new tours could be opened up. So that is really helping in ensuring sustainability. Next slide. Next slide. And then, of course, there's the product diversification, which is happening at Robben Island. Please, can you go back to the previous slide? There's a product diversification that is happening at Robben Island, where they are looking at different new products. And one of them is adaptive reuse of the accommodation facilities that were used during the prison period into island accommodation that is accessible to public, and also converting some of the security prison facilities into multi-purpose learning center, like the one that is there at the moment, which hosts programs on the island. And they've introduced also pilgrimage tours, nature walks, helicopter views, and there's a strong element of digitalization that is actually happening at Robben Island, where they're interfacing traditional methods and digital methods in making sure that people experience Robben Island in different ways. Next slide. And also, when you look at sustainability at Robben Island, you can't leave out the whole issue about inclusive narrative in achieving sustainability. When Robben Island started as a museum, the main focus was on the story of Nelson Mandela, but that has been actually addressed through research and community engagement, where now Robben Island is telling stories within the stories, including the stories of Namibians who are on the island, including the stories of the spouses of the husbands that were incarcerated on the island. So there is inclusivity in developing the narrative, which then becomes the backbone of marketing and tourism development. Next slide. And when you look at Robben Island and another World Heritage Site, which is my conclusion, is that the issue of sustainability and conservation is a moving train. We are fixing things whilst we are running the institutions. So there is need to actually gradually address issues around foundational inadequacies using innovation and sustainable ways, and also to continue sharing experiences from the global perspective so that we are able to implement good practices in conservation, implementing sustainable development, promoting partnerships and inclusivity, as well as facilitating interpretation and presentation that is inclusive. But more importantly, I think we cannot be bystanders anymore. We need to actually address the issue of socio-economic issues in a practical way. And I would like to thank you for this opportunity to present on Robben Island. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Pascal Taravinga. Your project highlights the importance of a holistic approach that moves beyond single narrative. And I now would like to give the floor to Alex DeLittle. Please keep to your 5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Dr. Alex DeLittle. I'm an artist and I'm a lecturer in creative practice at the University of Leeds in the UK. And today I'm going to be talking about a project called Co-Producing the Legacy of My Leeds 2023, which is a response to a project which I was attached to as a researcher during the Leeds Year of Culture 2023. For those who aren't familiar with it, Leeds is a city in Yorkshire in the north of the UK. Next slide, please. So Co-Producing the Legacy of My Leeds 2023 as a project emerged directly from the My Leeds strand of the Leeds 2023 City of Culture initiative.
The original project, My Leeds, aimed to engage cultural activity in all 33 wards of the city by appointing neighbourhood hosts. These were community cultural practitioners who each worked with local organisations or anchor organisations to create cultural events during the Year of Culture. The intention of the original project was to use such approaches as co-production and asset-based community development, or ABCD, as methods for building sustainable, locally embedded cultural practice. Next slide, please. However, and this is a picture from the original research, some of the concluding conversations, However, as documented in the project application and final report, the tight timelines and delivery-focused nature of a city of culture environment made it very difficult for these deeper, slower methodologies to be fully realized. So while the program successfully produced 33 events and formed a strong network of neighborhood hosts, many participants expressed that they lacked the time and structure needed to work meaningfully with their communities. Next slide, please. So our project was developed by me as a researcher responding to these phenomena to address these limitations and to give the former neighborhood hosts the opportunity to reflect on their experience, reimagine their roles, and explore how their cultural work could continue beyond the festival year. So we invited 8 hosts from a diverse series of Leeds wards spread across the city to become co-researchers, placing them centrally in a participatory, emergent, and reflective process. So the ambition was to understand how co-production and asset-based community development, as well as research, might genuinely empower community cultural practitioners when time, space, and support were properly built into the process. Next slide, please. So the project took the form initially of bi-weekly meetings that were facilitated by Adrian Sinclair, an experienced facilitator in these kinds of practices. And these sessions created a convivial and mutually supportive environment in which participants shared meals, discussed research methodologies, explored personal motivations, and collaboratively shaped the direction of their work. Next slide, please. Each participant received a small £500 seed fund, as part of this process, which enabled them to plan and deliver an asset-based community project while using the research process to reflect on and refine their approach. In this way, research and practice were treated as symbiotic. Next slide, please. So the projects, and these are some examples of some of the projects that emerged, demonstrated the potential of this model. One participant, responding to the fractured nature of her multicultural neighborhood, developed an intercultural storytelling initiative that brought residents together through shared narratives. 2 participants established local artist networks, strengthening existing creative ties and building capacity grounded in local assets. Another recreated a living room on their village green, as you can see on the left-hand picture, to form a public consultation space, inviting residents into an informal environment to discuss their aspirations for the area. Next slide, please. One participant created a mobile interactive game that traveled across the wards to gather insights into local cultural needs and desires. So these projects not only asked relevant and pressing questions, but also showed a clear efficacy. With sustained support, several could evolve into long-term community assets. Next slide, please. Alongside the individual projects, the group produced, or we produced collectively, a kind of collective manifesto. So rather than listing priorities, this manifesto, as you can see, synthesized the questions posed by participants into a set of shared concerns that we feel maps the emerging terrain of the community cultural practice. Themes such as belonging, power, creativity, communication, resourcefulness, and placemaking became touchstones, markers of a nascent methodology developing through practice. Next slide, please. So the project generated several key outcomes. Participants developed action learning projects deeply rooted in their local contexts. They formed a supportive community of praxis, reporting increased agency and confidence. And they collectively reimagined the role of researcher, challenging institutional assumptions and demonstrating that research can be an inclusive, accessible, curiosity-driven practice. The work also suggested implications for policy and resource allocations, indicating that involving community practitioners as researchers can lead to more equitable and context-sensitive decision-making. As the formal funding phase ends, the group remains connected, and we're now creating a zine that distills the project's insights and the manifesto into an accessible DIY publication that can be dismantled into posters and shared around participants' neighborhoods. Future possibility include aligning this work with the local city council's cultural development strategies and disseminating learning more widely. Ultimately, co-producing the legacy of My Leeds demonstrates how reflective, community-led inquiry can support the development of sustainable cultural practices that are embedded in place and responsive to the people who shape them. Next slide, please. Thank you all so much for listening. It's a pleasure to be part of this.
Thank you very much for this insightful consideration of asset-based community development as methods for building sustainable, locally embedded cultural practices. So now, having listened to our participants, we are going to open the discussion. And I'm aware of time, and maybe we'll open the floor to any delegates if you have any question for our panelists. Yes. Yes, sir.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis le délégué du Tchad. Je souhaite intervenir sur le point relatif à la nécessité d'impliquer des communautés locales dans la gestion du patrimoine culturel, tel que souligné par Madame Sophie Labadi. Au Tchad, cette approche n'est pas théorique, elle est pleinement institutionnalisée. Le gouvernement, à travers le ministère en charge de la culture, a en effet mis en place des comités locaux de gestion, de conservation et de valorisation pour nos biens inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO, notamment le massif de l'Inidi et le lac du Nyanga. Pour renforcer leur efficacité opérationnelle, chaque comité bénéficie d'une allocation gouvernementale de 120 millions de francs CFA, soit environ 200 000 $. Cet appui financier permet de garantir une participation active et continue des communautés, une protection durable des sites et un développement local fondé sur la valorisation du patrimoine. Ainsi, l'expérience du Tchad montre que l'autonomisation des communautés locales constitue un pilier essentiel pour une gestion du patrimoine véritablement durable, exclusive et résiliente. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup pour cet exemple qui illustre l'importance de la participation des communautés. Et aussi, je remarque l'incentivisation de ces communautés par le biais de ressources financières. Et je vous remercie pour cet exemple qui enrichit notre discussion. Is there any more comments or questions? Yes? Hollande. Netherlands, thanks.
Yes, short comment. The delegation of Poland wish to thank ICCROM and Professor Sofia Labadi for the valuable framing presentation, as well as for the inspiring case studies shared from various regions of the world. We fully share the view of that heritage, tangible and intangible, cultural and natural, can actively support sustainable development and strengthen the resilience of societies in the face of contemporary challenges. In Poland, we place particular emphasis on 3 priority areas: assessing and reducing climate risks to heritage, enhancing community participation in conservation process, and advancing the use of digital tools and innovation. At the same time, we would like to highlight Poland's experience in the revitalization of post-industrial heritage, which plays an important role in our social and economic transformation. Examples from Łódź, Katowice, and Żyrardów demonstrate that former industrial areas can be successfully transformed into spaces for culture, education, and innovation, contributing to social revitalization, sustainable resource management, and improved quality of life. These models integrating the preservation of historical values with infrastructure and community development constitute an essential component of the green and just transition in Polish cities. Today's discussions confirms that heritage can serve as a genuine driver of development, strengthening ecological resilience, social cohesion, and local engagement. Poland appreciates ICCROM contribution to building the capacities of member states and encourages the continued expansions of cooperating in the fields of climate action, risk management, and community-based approach. Thank you for the opportunity to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Poland. Very interesting example on post-industrial heritage, which I applaud. Is there any more comments or questions for our panelists? Spain, please, you have the floor.
Hola, muchas gracias. Me gustaría apuntar un par de notas que he tomado, sobre todo de la ponencia de Sudáfrica, sobre la sostenibilidad del ecosistema y sobre la capacidad de carga de los sitios, junto con el proyecto My Leads, que habla de dar herramientas a las comunidades para poder emprender acciones culturales. Todo esto relacionado, siempre hablamos de sostenibilidad relacionada con lugares pequeños. Me gustaría apuntar que también en los grandes sitios monumentales deberíamos contar con las comunidades locales, puesto que sufrimos problemas de gentrificación y de que nuestra propia comunidad, aun siendo una ciudad muy grande, parece apartarse y darle la espalda a los monumentos y a vivir fuera de ellos como si fuera un escenario simplemente para una atracción turística. Entonces, el mismo problema que se enfrentan en las pequeñas comunidades se enfrenta también en las grandes ciudades. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for pointing out the importance of bringing local communities in the big cities as well as in more remote places, like we saw in the case of Robben Island, but also in the case of Kenya. Thank you very much. Any more comments or questions? Okay, thank you very much. So our time is about up, but before concluding this session, I would like to thank again our panelists today, as well as ICCROM Council Working Group, and in particular its chair, Aline Magnin, without whom I think this thematic session will not have happened. I also would like to thank the organizing team here at ICCROM, who've been working hard behind the scene to deliver this discussion session. Obviously, I would like to thank all of our delegates for having joined us and for your thoughtful comments after the presentations. Dear Excellencies, dear delegates, as we conclude, let us carry forward the conviction that heritage becomes a catalyst for sustainable, inclusive, and resilient development when communities are empowered and when heritage is understood holistically as living and continually evolving. And thank you once again for your engagement, and I look forward to continuing this essential dialogue throughout the day and the evening. Thank you. Bye.
I thank Mrs. Labadi, Mrs. Magnin, our online panelists and the General Assembly for this very interesting and inspiring discussion on cultural heritage and sustainable development, which is an important issue that touches the heart of the heritage profession. With this, we will now move on back to agenda item 17 to continue discussions and decisions. So I'll call to the podium the President of the General Committee and the Director General and the Secretariat. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I will request the Council Chairperson to please come on the dais to respond to the questions raised by the Dominican Republic, Brazil, and Italy. Yes, Chairperson, the floor is yours. We are waiting.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je ne sais pas si vous l'aviez dit déjà avant, je m'excuse si j'ai fait perdre un petit peu de temps. Je vous remercie beaucoup et nous revenons donc effectivement au point que nous avions discuté tout à l'heure, le 17.1, les amendements au règlement intérieur de l'Assemblée générale qui concernaient justement le processus de sélection de la directrice ou du directeur général en ajoutant, enfin avec la possibilité d'avoir une liste de noms à transmettre à l'Assemblée générale. Pour répondre aux délégués du Brésil, est-ce que nous pourrions peut-être avoir à l'écran à nouveau les amendements? Pour répondre aux délégués du Brésil, effectivement, dans la version anglaise, il manque un S à The Nominations. Si je reprends le point 64.1 que nous avons désormais à l'écran, The General Assembly shall consider the nominations for the office of Director General and the draft contract submitted to it by the Council at a closed meeting. The General Assembly shall take a decision by secret ballot. Ceci répond à la question ou à la proposition du Brésil sur ce point. Il y avait une demande également de la République dominicaine entre l'article 16, enfin le point 16.1 et le point 17.1, qui porte sur une révision plus profonde des textes basiques, à la fois des statuts et des règles de procédure de l'Assemblée générale. Et en ce sens, nous avons mis à profit ces quelques minutes pour avoir un amendement proposé en collaboration avec la République dominicaine que je vais vous lire, qui est en bas, voilà. Number 2, request the Council, in close collaboration with the Secretariat, to undertake a thorough review of the basic texts and to propose any necessary revision of statutes of the rules of procedure of the General Assembly for agreement by Member States at the next General Assembly in 2027. Cet amendement vise précisément à répondre à la demande formulée par la République dominicaine et je crois que c'est une demande effectivement qui fait sens. On l'a vu au cours de ces dernières discussions qu'il y avait des adaptations probablement importantes à faire dans nos textes basiques. Je vous remercie Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Chair of the Council. Dominican Republic, you have the floor.
Thank you, muchas gracias, señor presidente. Voy a hablar en español aprovechando que tenemos la traducción. Sí, hemos tratado en el Consejo pasado, tratamos de abordar el tema de la modificación de los estatutos y reglas, pero no tuvimos el soporte necesario, no lo logramos hacer. Entonces, República Dominicana considera que es muy importante que esto salga también, que sea un trabajo con la Secretaría, que es la que también conoce toda la parte interna, que salga de la Secretaría y que también los países miembros puedan participar en toda esta revisión, porque son los países miembros también que tienen esas capacidades, junto con los miembros del Consejo. Entonces es muy importante esta unión de la Secretaría, Consejo y miembros del ICCROM, todos los países miembros. Estas tres partes es muy importante que estén juntas para poder trabajar en la modificación de los estatutos y reglas. Entonces, le doy las gracias al presidente del Consejo por esto que ha dicho, pero nos gustaría verlo escrito para que todos lo puedan ver en la pizarra, para que se vea claro. ¿Está ahí ya? ¿Dónde está? Abajo. Ok, request. Entonces ahí vamos a ver si está claro el asunto de que los países miembros O sea, que tiene que reflejarse que también los países miembros van a trabajar en ese proyecto, en esa tarea. Creo que entonces ahí no está muy claro que dice for agreement by member states. It's not, pero ellos también tienen que participar en lo que se quiere preparar. O sea, tiene que haber una participación también de los países miembros. Falta una palabra, es solamente una palabra.
Thank you. Before the chairperson responds, the floor is open to Italy and then to Switzerland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, allow me to express my rejoice that such a debate is taking place at the General Assembly. This is what I've been advocating for in a long time during my attendance to Council sessions. I wished for this. This is happening. It is very, very important that the General Assembly is involved in the process of changing, of making such important decision of changing the basic texts. So at the outset, I need to express my rejoice that we all can take the floor today and speak up and express our views on the advisability of attempt a change of the basic texts. Having said that, I have read the text proposed. I think it points to that direction of the major involvement of the member states through the General Assembly. I have a few proposals for amendments to this text, if you allow me, Madam Chair, to read that. So, in our opinion, the text should read as follows. Requests the Council, in close collaboration with the Secretariat, to undertake a thorough review of the basic texts. Request the Secretariat to submit an ensuing proposal of revision of the statutes or the rules of procedures of General Assembly to Member States for further discussions and possible adoption at the next General Assembly in 2027. Let me read this again. Request the Council, in close collaboration with the Secretariat, to undertake a thorough review of the basic texts. Request the Secretariat to submit an ensuing proposal of revision of the statutes or the rules of procedures of the General Assembly to Member States for further discussions and possible adoption at the next General Assembly in 2027. The reasoning behind my proposal for amendments is that in this case, should the General Assembly fail to support my proposal, all the organs and the bodies and the member states are involved in this very delicate process of amending the basic texts, so that all the organs of ICCROM and the member states are fully into this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Italy. Now the floor is being given to Switzerland.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je ne vous cache pas un peu de perplexité de la tournure de cette discussion en ce moment, parce qu'il me semble que cette organisation a une gouvernance qui est fixée dans les statuts et le Conseil, le Secrétariat et l'Assemblée générale fait partie de cette gouvernance et chacun de ces organes a ses fonctions qui sont bien décrites dans les statuts. Et selon cette gouvernance, il incombe bien sûr au secrétariat avec le Conseil de réviser des statuts, de faire des propositions à l'Assemblée générale qui après les discute et les approuve. Mais c'est tout d'abord aussi le Conseil qui doit les approuver et les transmettre à l'Assemblée générale, voire des États membres qui font des propositions pour amender ces choses. Je ne vois pas tout à fait comment maintenant tous ensemble devaient travailler sur cette question dans une procédure efficace qui nous amène à la prochaine Assemblée générale, voire celle d'après, de prendre une décision dans ce sens. Donc nous ne pouvons pas consentir à cette idée de créer une nouvelle organisation, un nouvel processus, un nouvel organe maintenant ici pour la révision des statuts. Mais s'il y a la volonté de revoir les statuts de manière plus approfondie, de donner un mandat comme il est prévu dans nos processus, de donner un mandat au secrétariat et au Conseil pour proposer ça à la prochaine Assemblée générale dans les processus qui sont établis et qui sont efficaces et qui fonctionnent depuis longtemps. Merci.
Thank you. I give the floor to United Kingdom. UK, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would also support the addition of this paragraph. As you've heard already from my interventions so far, the rules of procedure and the statutes are in need of some alignment, let's say. I would also suggest that whilst I understand the intervention by Italian colleagues, and I understand the meaning that is here, I would support the intervention by Switzerland in that it is already provided for under Article 11 of the existing statutes, that once there are any suggestions to amend the basic text, the statutes, these should be circulated to all member states with 180 days notice, so in advance of the next General Assembly. So those, any proposed amendments, certainly to the statutes, would have to be circulated to member states 180 days before the General Assembly in 2027, and therefore allowing 90 days for them to make any proposed amendments to those ahead of the 90 days before the General Assembly. So perhaps what we could do, instead of amending the text as it was, is to make reference specifically to Article 11 of the statutes in the original text. So I would support staying with the original text on this. Thank you very much.
Turkey, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to return back to the proposal by the chairperson of the Council regarding the Rule 64. We agree with the proposal. It's always good to have options. However, we had a bit of confusion regarding one issue. The appointment of the DG is governed by the Rule 63, and the subpara 3 also says that the GA, the Council shall submit to the General Assembly a nomination for the office. If we are willing to change this, I think it should go in tandem with the Rule 63. So otherwise it will create a bit of conflict in that regard. Since that rule is regulating the general principle, we should start from there, in our opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Cuba, you have the floor. Before I give the floor to the chairperson of the Council for responding to all the queries and points made out. Thank you.
Gracias, Presidenta. Me voy a referir a la propuesta realizada por la República Dominicana. Según entiendo, no se está planteando aquí, en este momento, una enmienda al texto. La intención es reflejar una intención, valga la redundancia, para ser tomada en consideración para la próxima Asamblea General. Por lo tanto, hay suficiente tiempo para que se presente, según el artículo 11, inciso A, inciso B, etcétera, como está establecido a la Asamblea. Pero se trata de dejar una intención en esta Asamblea de que hay que revisar los textos. Nosotros apoyamos la propuesta también con la enmienda realizada por Italia. Gracias.
Thank you. I give the floor to the chairperson of the Council to respond to the queries and points.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Effectivement, la proposition, en fait, il y a ici une proposition de fond, je crois qu'il faut réfléchir, et c'est pour ça que c'était apporté à l'Assemblée générale pour discussion et débat. C'est sur cette proposition c'est sur la possibilité pour le Conseil de proposer plus d'un candidat, de 1 à 3 candidats, pour le poste de directeur général. C'est le point de départ de ces discussions. Et je pense qu'il faut que nous nous concentrions là-dessus. Il y a des modifications qui sont proposées à l'écran et effectivement, comme cela a été relevé, il y a des adaptations encore nécessaires, sans doute, ici et là, de certains textes. Mais ceci pourra faire l'objet justement du mandat du Conseil en close collaboration, en collaboration étroite avec le secrétariat. Donc le mandat qui serait donné ici au Conseil serait de poursuivre le travail de nettoyage ou poursuivre le travail d'adaptation et de revue de ces textes basiques. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you. I give the floor to Ecuador, then Chile, and then United Kingdom.
Gracias, señora presidenta. En primer lugar, permítame agradecer al presidente del Consejo por las explicaciones que nos ha otorgado sobre esta propuesta. Consideramos que es importante ampliar los criterios en la elección del director general, sin embargo, de que creemos que podría haberse profundizado un poco más, por ejemplo, en el tema de la publicidad de los nombres de los candidatos, que es una práctica internacional en todos los organismos. Con respecto a la propuesta de República Dominicana que ha sido apoyada por la delegación de Italia, nos gustaría también apoyarla porque creemos necesario que haya una discusión profunda sobre la situación de los textos básicos. Creo que debemos recordar que los textos básicos tienen 60 años y que los tiempos han cambiado. Como muy bien lo expresó ayer la delegación de Canadá, el patrimonio hoy enfrenta desafíos que no tenía hace 60 años. Desastres naturales, gestión de riesgos, cambio climático, etc. Y todo eso también tiene que verse reflejado en los procesos de gobernanza. Por esta razón creemos que hacer una revisión de los textos básicos es necesario, pero es necesario también contar con las opiniones de los Estados miembros. Y no se trata de crear una nueva instancia. Creo que hay que recordar que esta asamblea es la máxima instancia de gobernanza del ICCROM, de manera que no me parece que los Estados miembros sean unos intrusos al momento de emitir opiniones sobre los textos básicos de su propia organización. De manera que nosotros agradecemos la propuesta y la apoyamos. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Chile, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias. Muy de acuerdo con lo que ha dicho Cuba, Ecuador, República Dominicana. Respecto a la oportunidad en que ocurra la posibilidad de discutir, pienso que no tiene mucho sentido ya negar la posibilidad de discusión y de propuesta al Consejo. O sea, está bien la capacidad de decisión y cambio, puede que tengan una latencia de 280 días para una institución que dice reaccionar ante la amenaza, ¿ya? Es raro que alguien se tome 280 días para reaccionar ante amenaza, ¿ya? Pero estamos de acuerdo en que sea un plazo prudente, pero que haya un camino que conduzca a cambios sensibles, sensatos a la forma como se toma el proceso de toma de decisión. Y respecto a eso creo que lo que ha dicho Italia, ya lo que dijo Cuba, lo que dijo República Dominicana, a nosotros nos parece absolutamente sensato de que sean planteados para discutirlo. Si no, es hasta peligroso, digamos, como que se crea un ambiente en el cual no se puede entrar a reconsiderar o a rediscutir ya temas básicos para el funcionamiento de la institucionalidad. Y lo otro que quería señalar como una cosa muy puntual es que se había decidido en el punto anterior que serían 3 las personas que se propondrían a la Asamblea, y en el punto 64.2, y en la redacción actual aparece solamente persona en forma cualitativa, lo cual está bien, pero en la parte de que sean 3, sería bueno especificarla e indicarla. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. UK, you have the floor.
Sorry, my point was actually about 63, which has been removed, but I wonder if are we treating, I'm just confused now, if we're treating the proposal by Council for the amendment to Rule 64, or whether we're treating this, the second paragraph. So could I just have a bit of clarity? Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman, Chairperson of the Council, will you please give some clarity on this point?
Merci Madame la Présidente, merci pour les différentes questions. Pour revenir donc à la question d'abord des United Kingdom, nous sommes en train de traiter effectivement de l'amendement 64.2 qui génère une discussion et qui effectivement nécessite ensuite des adaptations, on le voit au 64.1. Comme proposé en vue d'éventuelles autres adaptations, une proposition d'amendement vous est faite avec une invitation, une requête plutôt au Conseil d'approfondir le travail de réflexion sur ces textes basiques. Pour répondre à la question du Chili par rapport au numéro ou au nombre de candidats, je vous réfère au rapport du groupe de travail que vous trouvez sur les documents disponibles, dans lequel il est fait mention justement des amendements qui sont amenés au règlement intérieur du Conseil. Et c'est dans ces amendements, dans ce règlement intérieur au Conseil qu'est justement précisé le chiffre up to 3 des candidats qui pourraient être proposés. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I request the Secretariat to project the draft decision with all its additions and changes for consensus. Sorry, do you want the floor? Give us a moment, please. I give the floor to Australia, then UK and Netherlands. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President, and good evening, colleagues. I just wanted to recall the point made by our colleague from Turkey in that there is now a contradiction between 63.1 and 64.1 in the use of nomination versus nominations. So I would suggest that we do consider keeping the amendment to 63.1 to ensure congruence between the two clauses. And I was hoping for some clarification from the chairperson of the council with regards to the rules of the council in nominating the number of candidates. Do the rules also stipulate the timing in which those nominations need to be provided to members of the General Assembly? Again, just recalling the point from my colleague from Italy, the importance of the timely communication of those nominations to the General Assembly in order to be able to consider multiple candidates thoroughly. Thank you.
Thank you, Australia. I give the floor to UK.
Thank you very much. Whilst I don't disagree with the amendments that should be put in place for Rule 63, I just want to note that we are currently dealing with the proposed amendments by the Council. So the amendment to Rule 63 can very happily come in the next agenda item. So I would request that that be held for the next agenda item, which is proposals for amendments to the Rules of Procedure of General Assembly by Member States. But I also understand that there's a correlation between the two. I would like to go down to paragraph 2, please, of the text.
Thank you.
In this one, there is a technical issue with the proposal proposed amended text by Italy, as the Secretariat itself cannot propose amendments to the statutes. So I would again request that we stay with the original text as put on the screen, so without the amendments, and add a reference to in accordance with Rule 11 of the statutes at the end or at a relevant point in the paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to support what was just said by UK, but still I have a question, maybe for the legal advisor. Why is this new proposal not part of the 180 days in advance rule? Why can this be proposed now? Because it would have been nice if we all knew and we could have been prepared.
Thank you. Chile, you have the floor. Chile, you have the floor.
Sorry. Lo siento. Gracias. Si me permiten, yo quería insistir en el punto de que fueran tres, porque de lo que se trata es que la Asamblea es soberana, entonces debería no ser limitada en las opciones que tiene, ¿ya? Como a esta hora hay cansancio, una nota humorística que podría ayudar a despertar. En 1989, en Chile, hubo una elección con un solo candidato, ¿ya? Era si continuaba o no Pinochet en el poder, ¿ya? Y esa elección con un solo candidato, Pinochet la perdió, y un diario con ese humor chileno tan especial tituló "Corrió solo y llegó segundo". Entonces a mí me gustaría entonces, a mí me gustaría que tuviéramos, ojalá, más opciones que disponibles. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. C'est pour soutenir la position du Royaume-Uni et aussi des Pays-Bas sur le paragraphe numéro 2, pour revenir à la version d'origine, parce que la version amendée au milieu ne correspond pas aux règles comme ils sont établies dans les statuts actuellement. Merci.
Thank you. Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So I would also like to support the statement that UK made, and Switzerland here in Netherlands as well, and what was also pointed out by the chairperson, that there are procedures for making amendments and to go about this. So we think that it's best to keep to the basic text. And not to add this text in red as we see it right now to point 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Qatar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We echo the statement made by the UK, as addressed as well by the Netherlands, Sweden. We wish to support reverting to the original text. We think explaining the methodologies and processes should be as stipulated in Article 11 and not part of the paragraph. Thank you.
I give the floor to the chairperson of the Council to answer the queries. Mr. Chairperson, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I was discussing with the Secretary. Thank you. Merci beaucoup pour les différentes discussions. Si j'entends le secrétariat, donc il m'est demandé de voir comment proposer cet amendement. Donc il y a une demande effectivement modifier l'amendement, une demande qui a été faite par l'Italie avec ensuite des demandes de plusieurs pays réitérées de enlever justement cette partie centrale qui est ou qui serait contraire aux règles établies. Et du coup, la proposition devrait revenir effectivement à la proposition initiale. Si je la lis, request the Council in close collaboration with the Secretariat to undertake a thorough review of the basic texts and to propose any necessary revision of the statutes of the rules of procedure of the General Assembly for agreement by Member States at the next General Assembly in 2027, in accordance with Article 11 of the ICCROM statutes. I think we could add that too. Thank you.
Thank you. Italy, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, let me rejoice. This is exactly what I was hoping for, that the General Assembly is debating. Finally, it's taken into its hand the discussion on these such important issues. The Council has been debating and debating and debating, me, myself included. Unfortunately, we could not reach a final position on this, which was the proof that the General Assembly had to step in and take into its hand this very important questions, just because for the reason that one of the delegates before me expressed, that the General Assembly is the sovereign body here, and so the General Assembly has to be invested of this issue, precisely because other organs were not able to find a consensus on modifications. And therefore, let me express my surprise that the fact that we are now debating making amendments to the basic text is now used to say, no, we have to stick to the basic text, which of course I am in support of. I'm not supporting of changing today the basic text. I'm just proposing a way to circumvent the problems that had not made this possible before, making final solution, agreed solution, consensus solution, and therefore to bring to the General Assembly. So, for having said that, as a spirit of compromise, I wish to reiterate in the second paragraph what I've been saying in the first paragraph, if it's more acceptable and in line with the current basic text that we aim to change. And therefore, let me read this again. Request the Council, in close collaboration with the Secretariat, to undertake a thorough review of the basic text. Request the Council, in close collaboration with the Secretariat, to submit their ensuing proposal or revision, and then it continues. So, if the idea is that we cannot have the Secretariat addressing directly the Member States, which I'm not totally in favor of, but it's been evoked here, so if this is the issue, then we can easily have the Council with the Secretariat to ensure the forward of the ensuing proposals to Member States for further debate and discussion and adoption at the General Assembly. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before I give the floor to UK, what is being discussed here is not whether to change the basic text or not, but how to change it by rules which are in the basic text. So to change the basic text as per certain rules and procedures. The floor is yours, UK.
Thank you, and I'm sorry to come back on this point again. And again, I do understand the point that is being made by Italy about including the Secretariat in the production of any amendments. But I would like to point back, I'm afraid, to the Article 11, and if you'd like to read, I don't really want to read all the way through Article 11, but fundamentally all of these have to be submitted, and obviously in collaboration with the Secretariat, have to be submitted to all Member States at least 180 days. My suggestion of a potential amendment to the original text, so without Italy's amendments, that might help would be to say, request the Council in close collaboration with the Secretariat to undertake a thorough review of the basic texts and to propose any necessary revisions of the statutes or rules of procedure of the General Assembly for discussion and agreement by Member States at the next General Assembly. I would like to point out that the paragraph or the sentence added by Italy is essentially encompassed in the Article 11 of the statutes, which at this point in time and until any new statutes are adopted in 2027 will be the statutes that will be applied, and we need to be governed by until such time. Thank you.
Thank you. The legal advisor has requested for floor. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want to complicate the matter, which is already a bit complicated, but I think what we are talking about is indeed not a one-shot change, but a more thorough evaluation of both the statutes and the rules of procedure. So let me first note that, yes, there is a time for the statutes, but there is no time for the rules of procedure. I think what is important is that a full package be discussed and transmitted at the same time, because if not, we risk to have the kind of discussion that we're having today, which is changing one article, which naturally has an impact on other articles, and then missing the big picture. So I would not, I'm not entering into the question of the language, but I would note that maybe this language could be simplified. But I think it's important that if we want to do a thorough exercise, we agree and we accept the idea that whatever is submitted to the General Assembly is a full package, so that the General Assembly can have can take an informed decision and not bits and pieces of amendments which have been maybe what has been done in the past. And I think this is very important if we want to have a coherent exercise. I leave it to the members to decide on the specific language, but as I said, let's not, Article 11 works for the statute, it doesn't work for the rules of procedure because there is no real time frame. And for me, what is more important is that the notion that all those texts are submitted at the same time in the same manner to the General Assembly, so that the General Assembly can take an informed decision.
Thank you. UK, you have the floor.
I understand the point made by the legal advisor, and I was going to propose some text, if that would help the Secretariat. In the second part of the sentence, it could read, and to submit any proposed revision. I'm not sure if you have it. And to submit any proposed revisions of the statutes or the rules of procedure of the General Assembly together for agreement by Member States at the next General Assembly in 2027 in accordance with Article 11 of the ICCROM statutes. I think that would cover both the timing and the package. Thank you.
Netherlands, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I see the word basic text. That's about rules of procedure and statute changes, right? So to one of the two, the 880 days applies, and to the other one not. But this is a new proposal, and it has not been submitted before.
Legal advisor has requested for the floor to answer to that.
Yeah, just to clarify to the Netherlands that there is no proposal to amend the statutes or the rules of procedure as of today. The proposal that has been submitted by the Dominican Republic and that now then be discussed by a number of members is basically to set up a work for the new council in collaboration with the Secretariat with a view, and I would propose that with a view is probably the best way and the most elegant way, with a view to submit a package of possible amendments for consideration to the General Assembly. So there is no specific amendment to the statute which is proposed today or amendment to the rules of procedure. So we're not talking about changing the text today. We are talking about giving the Council and the Secretariat the mandate to basically work together in the next 1 year, 1.5 years, with a view to submit a package of text for consideration to the next General Assembly. And my understanding is that I detect that there is an emerging consensus on that.
Thank you. Guatemala, you have the floor. No.
She's here.
Yeah, but yeah,
it's fine.
Yeah. Yes, please. Yeah.
The mic.
Please speak in the phone, in the microphone.
Now it's working. It's red.
I am sorry. I'm sorry for having seen that, but I came to my place in Guatemala because what I wanted to say is basically what the legal advisor said. I mean, we're not changing anything now. Llegamos a un punto muerto. Entonces, realmente yo creo que la sugerencia debe ser, ya pasaron 60 años, el mundo ha cambiado. Yo creo que debería ser tarea de todos los países miembros analizar todos los estatutos y todo lo relacionado con ICCROM y cada país enviar sus sugerencias, que el secretariado y la dirección creen un comité para que reciba las propuestas de todos los países, porque les aseguro que muchos países vamos a comentar cosas similares. Entonces, que se haga un tamizaje de las propuestas y con base en las generalidades y en las propuestas, entonces sí se haga una especie de borrador o compartirlo con todos, distribuirlo con tiempo prudencial, como dijo UK e Italia, un tiempo prudencial para que los países revisemos ese borrador y que podamos discutir realmente sobre una base en la próxima asamblea. Realmente creo que eso sería lo más práctico. Yo puedo comentar lo que hicimos en ICOM, cuando estuvimos en Kioto, con la propuesta que querían que votáramos todos por una propuesta de museo que no nos representaba a los países en vías de desarrollo. No se votó y todos los países estuvimos trabajando la nueva definición de museo para presentar ya una propuesta consensuada y opciones de votación en Praga, que fue 2 años después. Gracias.
Thank you. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je partage le point de vue du legal advisor. Je crois qu'on n'a pas une grande différence dans la salle. Nous voulons donner mandat au Conseil en étroite collaboration avec le secrétariat de revoir l'ensemble des statuts et du règlement intérieur pour en produire des révisions nécessaires qui sont cohérentes dans l'ensemble des textes et nous souhaitons que ça nous soit resoumis pour la prochaine Assemblée générale à temps pour pouvoir étudier la chose et la discussion des États membres. Elle aura lieu lors de la prochaine Assemblée générale. Ici, peut-être qu'il faudra prévoir du temps suffisant pour cela dans l'agenda. Et il me semble que tout ce mandat est parfaitement reflété dans le texte qui a été principalement proposé par le Royaume-Uni et c'est pour ça que nous soutenons ce texte. Et je ne vois pas de grande différence dans l'ensemble des positions qu'on avait entendues ici.
Thank you. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I've been listening to the discussion with interest, and I believe it is a very good initiative to put forth to undertake a thorough review of the basic text. I think it's the how that's being questioned right now, and I'm not sure that we're addressing that necessarily, because I've also understood from some of the interventions that there was a working group established, tasked with this, and that there were challenges with that process. And so I'm wondering, looking at this text that's proposed, if what's proposed here would result in a different outcome, in a more successful outcome if it's reiterating the exact same process that was undertaken in the past biennium. Could somebody from the working group address that, please? Or is that possible for the chairperson of the council?
Thank you, Canada. The chairperson of the council would like to respond to that.
Merci, Madame, pour la question. Effectivement, au cours de ce biennum, un groupe de travail du Conseil s'est porté sur ces discussions. Il s'avère que ce groupe de travail ne représentait pas ou n'incluait pas l'ensemble des membres du Conseil. Donc il y a eu un premier travail, on va dire, par un petit groupe et ensuite des réflexions au sein du Conseil. Donc la proposition ici n'est pas de faire de nouveau un système de groupe de travail, mais d'avoir véritablement une inclusion de l'ensemble des membres du Conseil. Ensuite, une des remarques qui a été formulée justement par la représentante de la République dominicaine était le manque de soutien, le manque de support pour faire ce travail. Donc évidemment que si l'Assemblée générale mandate le Conseil de refaire ce travail, il faudra que le Conseil dispose du support nécessaire pour mener à bien. Merci.
Thank you. The draft. Okay. So Portugal, you have the floor, and then Australia and United Kingdom.
Thank you. Just a suggestion. Since we're talking about a thorough revision of the text, which will be discussed in the future General Assembly in 2027, could we consider the possibility of an extraordinary General Assembly just to discuss these revisions? Thank you.
Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. And just to build on my colleague from Canada's point that the discussion seems to be centering around the how of this process. And potentially my colleague from Portugal's intervention reveals a question around how member states will be involved in the development of proposals. And so I pose a question to the Assembly whether a way out of this could be being more specific about when and how member states will be consulted, if at all, in the development of proposals that are submitted in line with Article 11, acknowledging in full awareness that member states have the opportunity to submit their own proposals in accordance with Article 11 at any time. But if there is a desire for this process to be done holistically and taking into account all views before the General Assembly, whether there's an opportunity to specify how that will happen.
UK, you have the floor, and after that Chile, and post which I will request the chairperson of the council to respond to Australia's query. UK.
I'm sorry, I'm getting rather lost in the text, and I was just wondering if we could clean up the text and have the various versions. I think there have been a number of requests to remove the proposed amendment by Italy, and I think it might be fair at this stage to remove that and focus on the other amendments. I'm happy to for Italy to give their agreement or not on that. And just to the point raised by our Australian colleagues, in practice, 180 days before the next General Assembly, that's pretty much 6 months. That's the minimum. But the point is that there's plenty of time for each member state to review and revise any proposals that come to them. So if they have 180 days, and actually effectively 90 days to work on the text before it has to be resubmitted with any changes. That's the reality, so it's 3 months. I think 3 months is a pretty firm time frame for which member states can get back. In practice, I'm not sure, we could probably ask the archivists, I'm not sure how involved member states really get, frankly, in this sort of activity. It would be great if they do. But I think we have to also be realistic, that actually the lion's share of the work will fall to Council in very close collaboration with the Secretariat. And they will be best placed to be able to provide some advice to the General Assembly in terms of any proposed amendments, refinements to any of the basic texts. So whilst I would love for member states to individually get involved in everything, in practice, I don't see that individual member states will have the time or inclination, if I may. So I think we also have to be realistic about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chile. You have the floor, followed by Angola and Ecuador.
Gracias. Bueno, en los organismos multilaterales como la FAO, ¿ya? Hay numerosas instancias en las cuales precisamente la configuración de un grupo de trabajo ha resuelto impasse como este, ¿ya? Yo creo que es desaconsejable las actitudes de que no cambie nada, digamos, ¿ya? Situaciones como esa han ocurrido en 1789, pasó una cosa de ese tipo, y hay varias en la historia de la humanidad que muestran que es mejor razonablemente llegar a un acuerdo. Me parece que un acuerdo tomado estrictamente por el Consejo sin abrir a otros estados probablemente va a seguir mereciendo el tipo de bien fundada o no lejanía o desconfianza o sentirse no interpretado. Yo sugeriría que se formara un grupo de trabajo siguiendo lo que aquí ha dicho Guatemala, Italia, Australia, que si pudiéramos formar un grupo de trabajo que discutiera los temas que han estado presentes para discusión, que ordenara, que jerarquizara la discusión, que la estructurara, y que en ese contexto salga un informe que todos tengamos y que podamos discutir y conversar. Pienso que sería infinitamente más útil y con mayor posibilidad de éxito que seguir aquí empantanado en una discusión que no se ve muy productiva. Gracias.
Thank you. Angola, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to express my appreciation for the delegate of Guatemala, who, for me, brought a lot of light and clarity onto the discussion. And from what I see, we all agree that we need this thorough review of all the basic tests. So maybe what I would suggest is if we divide this paragraph into two, because it is clear that there is consensus that this review is needed and that it should be carried out by the Council with the support of the Secretariat and the involvement of the Member States. So on a second paragraph, we could talk of the how this is going to happen, where we establish a timeline for Member States to submit their various contributions to the Council, who already has, from my understanding, already has a working group to consolidate all the contributions that come from member states. And then in 2027, as it's already there proposed, we come to the General Assembly and discuss this. And finally, I think Portugal's question is very pertinent, because looking at how we are carrying through the agenda right now, I don't know if we can have a regular General Assembly and address a thorough review of all the basic tests of ICCROM. So I think we also need to take into account, as someone already said, we need to be realistic, and we need to take into account if it is possible to accomplish what such a major thing in a General Assembly that would naturally also have many other agenda items to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you. Ecuador.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Permítame nada más mencionar, para beneficio de la distinguida delegación de UK, que todo el sistema de Naciones Unidas está dentro de un proceso de reforma. También la FAO comienza en el mes de enero su proceso de reforma, que se va a realizar mediante grupos de trabajo ad hoc, abiertos a la participación de todos los Estados miembros. De manera que creo que hay muchas formas de abordar un proceso de reforma. Hay muchas maneras de establecer mecanismos informales de discusión donde los Estados miembros pueden estar involucrados y donde la Secretaría puede jugar un papel fundamental al recolectar las preocupaciones de los Estados miembros. Por supuesto, el Consejo siempre va a ser la instancia coordinadora, si la podemos llamar de esta manera, pero maneras de hacerlo hay muchas. Gracias.
Thank you, Switzerland.
Merci Madame la Présidente. J'aimerais revenir sur la proposition de créer un groupe de travail spécial pour cette question et j'aimerais fortement déconseiller de ce faire parce que nous avons un groupe de travail, si vous voulez. On a un conseil qui est établi pour cela et nous venons d'élire les nouveaux membres pour ce conseil à qui on donne mandat de gérer ce genre de questions, de préparer ces documents pour l'Assemblée générale pour après pouvoir discuter ça en Assemblée générale. Et de plus, juste par rapport à la question du groupe de travail qu'on appelle open-ended, ceux et celles qui travaillent dans d'autres organisations où on fait cette expérience, ça vient avec un coût qui est assez élevé et puis il faut avoir les contributions volontaires pour ces coûts et par exemple au patrimoine mondial, ça a été établi, mais à la fin, les financements n'ont pas été vraiment trouvés pour ce faire et je ne crois pas qu'on a besoin, qu'on a les moyens de créer un tel groupe, parce que ça voudrait aussi dire que tout le monde doit revenir à Rome pendant l'année pour travailler dans cette manière-là. Du coup, je trouve intéressante la proposition de notre collègue de l'Angola, peut-être aussi, de fixer un délai. Et d'ici là, tous les États membres peuvent donner leurs propositions au Conseil, qui va les intégrer dans les réflexions, va en faire un paquet cohérent et va revenir avec ce paquet qui après sera rediscuté à l'Assemblée générale. Et je répète ce que je venais de dire avant, que peut-être qu'il faut prévoir un laps de temps assez consistant pour pouvoir mener ça à temps. Merci.
Thank you. Canada.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to thank the chairperson for responding to my question. Again, I'm concerned that we would be repeating a process that may result in the same unsatisfactory outcome. And as in, per Article 5.3E of the statutes, the Council shall establish such committees as may be necessary for it to carry out its function. So here, it's not explicit that all of Council would be involved, and if this is the intent, I think it ought to be included and made explicit at this point, because otherwise Council could establish a subcommittee. And again, I think the idea here is to involve the member states as much as possible, and thus be inclusive as much as possible also within Council.
Thank you, Canada. I will request the chairperson to respond.
Merci Madame pour votre prise de parole et pour la proposition. Je crois qu'on est en train de tourner effectivement en rond, cela a été dit à plusieurs reprises, mais alors qu'on est tous sur le fond d'accord sur la nécessité de faire ce travail-là. Pour revenir à la question du comité, il revient au Conseil de définir s'il veut faire un comité en l'occurrence. Donc ce sera le prochain Conseil qui va décider si effectivement c'est l'ensemble du Conseil qui doit participer à ce travail ou si c'est un sous-comité, un comité qui est au sein du Conseil pour faire ce travail. Mais ensuite, il devra de toute façon rapporter au Conseil et c'est le Conseil qui porte la chose. Comme cela a été dit tout à l'heure, il y a pour une demande d'implication des États membres, on le sent, on le voit, et ce qui est à la fois très sain, je pense, et très important pour la suite de cette organisation. L'Angola a fait une proposition effectivement qui a été relevée ensuite par la Suisse, qui permettrait d'avoir une contribution ou une implication des États membres préalablement. Et c'est pour répondre à la question que vous posez, pourquoi l'exercice serait plus facile, on va dire, ou serait plus légitime s'il revenait au Conseil. Sur la base de la proposition faite par l'Angola, il y aurait une base de retour qui permettrait ou qui alimenterait les réflexions du Conseil permettant d'aboutir à des propositions concrètes à soumettre à l'Assemblée générale. Donc je crois que sur le fond, on est tous d'accord, je crois, sur l'objectif qu'il y a là derrière. Il faut simplement maintenant, à mon avis, que nous puissions avancer sur ce point, puisqu'il n'est pas, à mon avis, un point qui est problématique ou fondamentalement problématique, et que nous puissions simplement adopter ce point. Aujourd'hui, nous n'amendons pas ici un texte, en particulier avec ce paragraphe, mais nous donnons simplement un mandat pour faire ce travail. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. France, you have the floor.
Oui, merci Madame la Présidente. Bon, je rejoins un peu mes collègues qui se sont exprimés sur le fait qu'effectivement, il y a un consensus pour dire qu'il y a des améliorations et des changements à faire dans les statuts. Ça n'est pas évidemment ce soir que nous allons les faire, mais je ne vois pas pourquoi le Conseil ne travaille, qui est une émanation quand même de l'Assemblée générale, puisque ce sont ses membres qui votent pour certains de leurs collègues pour participer aux travaux du Conseil, donc c'est une émanation quand même de l'Assemblée générale, ne travaillerait pas avec l'Assemblée générale, avec les propositions, comme l'a dit l'Angola, qui émaneraient de l'ensemble des membres de l'Assemblée générale et de l'ICCROM, des pays membres, et intégrerait ça dans sa pratique et dans son travail. Alors c'est vrai qu'il faut avoir de l'aide probablement, mais appuyé par le secrétariat de l'ICCROM, appuyé par les équipes de l'ICCROM, le Conseil et avec les États membres peut assurer ce type de rôle. Je ne vois pas pourquoi ça ne serait pas possible si on se donne le temps d'envoyer les amendements, les remarques, et qu'il y ait le temps pour les va-et-vient aussi, évidemment. Voilà ce que je voulais dire.
Thank you. I will give the floor to Dominican Republic, Switzerland, and then Sweden, with a reminder that we are running heavily behind schedule. Dominican Republic, you have the floor.
Sí, gracias, señora presidenta. Creo que lo primero que tenemos que hacer es simplificar el texto, que hay cosas repetidas. Vamos a tratar de cerrar. Lo importante es que yo veo que hay un consenso general de que hay tres actores: el Consejo, la Secretaría y los países miembros. No lo podemos hacer, no puede hacerlo uno de esos tres, no puede solo. Necesitamos todos juntos. Se puede hacer una consultación online. No estoy de acuerdo con que hacer venir a la gente a Roma, porque entonces pueden venir solo los europeos, o las personas que tienen fondos para hacerlo. ICCROM no tiene también la capacidad financiera para hacer eso, pero se puede hacer online. Entonces hagamos esas consultas informales online. Pero propongo reducir, hay muchas cosas reducidas para ya cerrar. En lo que estamos, ya tenemos consenso sobre muchas cosas. Y después las ideas vienen después, otras ideas.
Pero está esto repetido.
Está ahí, sí. Ahí está repetido. Pido a la Secretaría de limpiarlo porque hay repetición. Entonces estamos viendo demasiado. Hay que limpiar el texto, por favor, y así ya lo podemos votar y ya yo creo que lo que sea repetido y quizás quitar algo, lo de request to counsel in the close collaboration, it's due volte. Dos veces.
Dos veces, two times.
Thank you. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Peut-être pour faire une proposition de langage pour cette question d'implication des États membres, on pourrait commencer ce paragraphe avec la phrase, et je change en anglais, invites the member states to propose amendments and comments for the revision to the basic texts before end of March 2026, and requests the Council in close collaboration with the Secretariat and so on and so forth.
I request you to please repeat it.
Invites the Member States to propose amendments and make comments for the revision to the basic texts by end of March 2026.
Yes, Switzerland, you may repeat it now.
Yes, invites the Member States to propose amendments and make comments for the revision of the basic texts by end of March 2026, and requests Council and so forth.
Is it all, Switzerland?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Sweden now, followed by UK.
Thank you very much. My comment is now obsolete. I think the suggestion just made by Switzerland is a good text, and that we should move on from that.
United Kingdom, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm just waiting for the transcription to catch up. I agree with the proposal by Switzerland to add the invites member states at the front end of the paragraph. If there is a desire for another engagement with member states, it could be that you add in the second paragraph, which says UK, and request the Council to submit any proposed revisions of the statutes or rules of procedure of the General Assembly together to submit by December 2026. Any proposed revisions of the statutes or rules of procedure of General Assembly together for consideration by member states. For consideration by member states before discussion and agreement at the next General Assembly in 2027. Sorry, it's the last part of the lower sentence.
Is that all, UK?
Yes, thank you.
Italy, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Voy a hablar en español como homenaje a nuestros colegas hispanohablantes por ser tan activos y me encanta que lo sean hoy. Muchas gracias. Viva el debate libre. Y nada, lo que quería comentar es que el Consejo ha tardado bastante tiempo para meterse de acuerdo y lamentablemente no lo hemos podido hacer. Ahora me parece un poco extraño que se ponga la tarea de decidir todo esto en 3 meses en los Estados miembros que nunca han participado en este debate en los años que han pasado. contrariamente a lo del Consejo. Con lo cual, sigo pensando que la tarea incumbe al Consejo, es en el Consejo que se tiene que empezar el proceso, pero es un Consejo donde participen también los Estados miembros, o sea, un grupo de trabajo abierto para que todos puedan decir lo que opinan, lo que piensan, y luego, en conjunto con el secretariado, se puede hacer todo lo que está ahí escrito por debajo. No creo que se pueda cambiar la idea de que el Consejo es central, pero el Consejo tiene que tener ayuda de los Estados miembros. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Canada, you have the floor.
Yes.
Point of order, please.
Thank you.
Dominican Republic.
Following on what the Italian representative said, it is very important that member states are included in the full consultation process because the rules of procedure of council are part of the basic text that will be revised, and it could be a conflict of interest for the council to be leading this work.
Chairperson, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup. Parmi les textes basiques, il y a des textes qui relèvent effectivement sont les statuts, il y a les règlements intérieurs de l'Assemblée générale et il y a le règlement intérieur du Conseil. Et le règlement intérieur du Conseil relève de la stricte compétence du Conseil. Donc il faut effectivement distinguer les deux éléments. Ici, il est uniquement question des statuts et des règles de procédure de l'Assemblée générale. Maintenant, comme vous êtes tous conscients, on a un agenda qui est très, très long encore, avec un point très important sur le programme Work and Budget qui devrait revenir. On voit qu'on est à un consensus pour répondre à la proposition italienne, je crois, et canadienne également. Je crois que l'invitation des États membres à proposer des amendements jusqu'à mars 2026 permet d'avoir cette consultation. Donc nous aurions ici une implication très forte de la part des États membres qui permettrait de répondre à ces interrogations et à ces inquiétudes. Donc on a répondu ici, à mon sens, à ces deux demandes et je vous propose que nous avancions et que nous puissions adopter ce point, s'il le faut, par votation. Merci.
Thank you. UK, you have the floor.
I probably don't need to repeat that it is within the statutes that the rules of procedure of council are the responsibility of council. Thank you.
DG has requested the floor.
Thank you very much. And of course, from my side on the Secretariat, I just want, again, not to waste time in a speech, but I'm very happy, of course, of this nature of dynamics in the General Assembly, because this is the wealth and the healthy way of entertaining this type of discussion, which indeed can help the organization to grow and to respond better to your needs. And I think in the past days, we have seen both on the financial side, on the other side, that the basic text require extensive review. I would like just to say, one, that the Secretariat work day in, day out, every day with the basic text, and I can assure you that we find ourselves sometimes in difficulties because they don't actually respond, and sometimes they are really with some lacuna here and there. So I don't need to repeat that, but Secretariat is, of course, very happy of this dynamics, and Secretariat stands ready to support extensively the work of any informal consultation, open-ended consultation with all the representing one of the three bodies that are working with the basic text. So I express my thorough commitment on behalf of Secretariat to work with all of you and support as needed the consultation, including the other two bodies, Council and Member States. Thank you.
Thank you. Give us a moment. I request the chairperson of the council to propose a solution to vote.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Afin de nous épargner à tous encore des discussions interminables, enfin très longues en l'occurrence sur ce point, pour que nous puissions avancer, nous proposons que pour finaliser ce texte, puisque nous sommes au terme, à mon avis, ou à ça de le finaliser, nous proposons qu'il y ait un petit groupe de rédaction composé en l'occurrence des personnes qui se sont impliquées ici et qui puissent permettre de faire une proposition ad hoc ultérieurement, soit dans la journée, soit demain matin. Il s'agira en l'occurrence ici de UK, Switzerland, Italie. Je vous remercie. Excusez-moi, c'est un oubli de ma part. Et bien sûr, la République dominicaine, je vous prie de m'excuser.
Did you request the floor?
Yeah, just to ensure that the Secretariat is part of the working group, as is one of the body that has been mentioned. So we are happy to support the drafting committee, and whoever member states is elected into this drafting committee, we are happy to support.
So in spirit of this proposal, Council, member states and the Secretariat will be working together tonight to clean up the draft and bring it again tomorrow for acceptance and adoption by consensus. Yes, we close this agenda item on this note. Dominican Republic, do you still want the floor? Dominican Republic, may I have your attention, please? You have requested for the floor. Do you want to say something? No, thank you. I thank the chair of the council and all the member states for participation in this celebration, and we move on to next agenda item on this note. In sync with the decision just taken, I will also pause to undertake agenda item number 17.2 and 17.3. We will take this up tomorrow all together. And then I go straight to the presentation of draft strategic plan for 2026 and 2031, and the draft program of work and budget for 2026 and 2027 for approval. It has been submitted to all member states by Secretariat on 10th October 2025. The presentation of the strategic plan is for information purposes, while the program of work and budget will go to vote. I would like to invite the Director General to present this item. Director General, you may have the floor.
Sorry. Okay, then I would try to even shorten a bit, because this is such an important topic for us, and then I have colleagues coming to the stage to go through it. So, Your Excellencies, dear delegates, it is a privilege and pleasure to present to you ICCROM new strategic plan 2026-2031, together then with the draft program work and budget and the monitoring and evaluation framework for the 2026-2027 biennium. Together, these documents mark the beginning of a new strategic cycle for ICCROM, one that comes at a time of rapid and profound global transformation. Nearly 7 decades after our founding, our mission remains constant, yet the world we serve is changing, and ICCROM must evolve to remain relevant, effective, and resilient. The strategic plan provides the framework to guide our evolution. It is the first high-level strategic framework of its kind for ICCROM, setting out a coherent vision for the next 6 years, anchored in our concept of care, to conserve, activate, and recognize the full potential of heritage as a transformative force that strengthens communities, enhances well-being, and supports a more sustainable planet. Too often, strategic vision documents are developed, uploaded briefly, and then set aside while business as usual continues. The strategic plan is deliberately designed to avoid that. It combines clear thematic priorities with a robust theory of change that articulates how our activities and outputs will contribute to meaningful outcomes. Moreover, it reflects the organization as a whole, from governance and leadership to institutional systems and administrative support to technical programs and field delivery, ensuring that every component of ICCROM moves forward in alignment in a coherent manner. Developed through wide internal and external consultation and informed by rigorous analysis, the strategic plan is more than a declaration of intent. It is a practical and integrated roadmap built to connect seamlessly with program planning and monitoring and evaluation so that progress can be tracked, lessons learned, and accountability demonstrated. In short, an adaptive and future-ready framework. This brings us to the draft program work and budget for 2026-2027, which operationalizes the strategic plan and in its first biennium, translating our strategic vision into concrete coordinated action. For each priority area, it details the plan, outcomes, and outputs contributing to it, and the delivery mechanism that will drive implementation. Importantly, it considers the organization in its entirety, integrating program activities with institutional systems and structure that enable their delivery. It is not just a collection of discrete projects or activities, it is a coordinated institutional program that unites ICCROM's technical, operational, and managerial capacity behind a shared outcomes framework. To support the shift, we are introducing a strengthened monitoring and evaluation framework designed to guide the full strategic cycle. The M&E system establishes a consistent and transparent approach to measuring results across all priority areas. It will allow us to track delivery, better understand what works, and adapt based on evidence. This is fundamental to reinforcing our accountability to you, Member States, partners and donors, and ensuring ICCROM continues to learn, improve, and demonstrate impact on the ground. Turning to the financial foundation of our work, the budget 2026-2027 has been prepared on the principle of zero nominal growth. ICCROM remains fully committed to efficiency, value for money, and responsible stewardship of the resources entrusted to us by you, our Member States. The budget accounts for all personnel costs, defined benefit obligation, and core operational needs in line with IPSA standards, while ongoing internal reforms continue to strengthen financial controls, transparency, and cost effectiveness. The core budget remains the backbone of our operation, complemented by voluntary contributions that allow us to expand and deepen our support to you, our Member States. Taken together, the strategic plan, the program work and budget, and the M&E framework form a coherent, forward-looking, and integrated package, bridging from vision to execution, from ambition to delivery. With this, I kindly ask my colleague Alison Heritage, followed by José Luis Pederzoli and Massimo Rossi, to take the floor and present, as I spoke, the strategic plan, the program work and budget, and the M&E framework. Alison, you have the floor.
Thank you very much indeed. I'll try again. There we go. Okay, so this presentation concerns document 4.1, the strategic plan for 2026-2031, which sets out the overarching strategic framework that will guide the organization's work over the next strategic cycle. At its core is the organization's vision, forming the foundation for 3 strategic directions. Each direction encompasses 3 priority areas supported by a high-level theory of change that outlines the organization's long-term and intermediate outcomes. The document also describes the working modalities aligned with ICCROM's statutory functions. Finally, it identifies 5 key organizational enablers essential to ensuring its successful implementation. And the suggested action required here is that the General Assembly is invited to consider ICCROM's strategic plan 2026 to 2031 for information. Sorry. So, Excellencies, dear delegates, good evening. It's an honor to present to you ICCROM's strategic plan 2026-2031. The strategic plan is a major milestone, our first high-level strategy of its kind, a clear vision and framework for the next 6 years to guide ICCROM's future programs and enable us to track progress and impact. Grounded in strategic foresight and theory of change, the strategic plan is the result of rigorous research, consultation, and analysis to ensure it is forward-looking, inclusive, and evidence-based. The contents of the strategic plan are on the right here, and in this presentation, I will focus on the highlighted sections. So first, a word about how the plan was developed. Essentially, this was developed through a very collaborative process involving the Secretariat, the Council, and Member States. And here I would really like to express our thanks to the Council Working Group, which collaborated with us throughout this process and resulted in what is really a co-created product of all that work over the last 2 years. So it began with a global horizon scan conducted by ICCROM in 2021 as part of our Foresight initiative, which identified key trends shaping the future of the heritage sector. We then held Foresight workshops with staff and council, followed by theory of change workshops with staff. And at the same time, we also conducted a multilingual global stakeholder survey, which further explored current needs and future priorities. All inputs were systematically analysed to ensure that the plan was grounded in solid evidence. And we really sincerely thank all the contributors from our member states, colleagues, and the Council Working Group for their valuable insights. The strategic plan, the schema on the right gives an overview of the strategic plan's core framework. It comprises a vision statement, the strategic directions and priority areas, a high-level theory of change, and the organizational enablers essential to the delivery of the plan. And I'll run through each of these in turn. So starting with the care vision, which we've been hearing about over the yesterday and today. At the heart of the strategic plan is our vision of care for heritage, to conserve, activate, and recognize its full potential to enrich lives. These three elements are interconnected and mutually reinforcing. When we conserve heritage, we can activate it. When we can activate it, we increase recognition, and with greater recognition comes stronger support for conservation. Together, they form a holistic approach that both safeguards heritage and uses it to drive positive change. This vision positions heritage as a vital, living resource that strengthens communities, protects the environment, and enhances well-being, helping shape a more resilient future. The strategic directions and priority areas are built around ICCROM's care vision: conserve, activate, recognise. Together they provide integrated pathways for change and really positioning heritage and its conservation as drivers of responsible development and peaceful, prosperous societies. Strategic Direction 1, conserve, focuses on enhancing conservation and risk management, improving governance, and preparing the sector for the future. It comprises 3 priority areas: conservation and risk management capacities, people-centered and participatory heritage management, and anticipation in the heritage sector. Strategic Direction 2, activate, focuses on promoting positive change and sustainable socio-economic growth through heritage. It too comprises 3 priority areas: heritage for durable climate solutions, heritage for social cohesion, heritage for better lives and livelihoods. And Strategic Direction 3, recognise, focuses on strengthening policy support for heritage and its conservation as a social good and ensuring its long-term protection. It too comprises 3 priority areas: evidence for the wider benefits of heritage, cross-sectoral engagement around heritage, and heritage integration within broader policy areas. To ensure effective implementation of the strategic plan, we developed a robust theory of change to link program activities and outputs to short, intermediate, and long-term outcomes, and make sure every action aligns with the organization's goals. The strategic plan will guide program development over the next strategic cycle and works in synergy with each biennial program of work. The theory of change connects the two. The strategic plan provides the high-level theory of change, focusing on intermediate and long-term outcomes, whereas the program of work outlines the operational theory of change, detailing activities, outputs, and short-term outcomes. This graphic shows the long-term outcomes for each priority area, the lasting changes ICCROM aims to achieve by 2031. Each long-term outcome is supported by an intermediate outcome. Here are the intermediate outcomes, for example, for Strategic 1. They are quite detailed, so I will not read them out. It's quite late. But they are all in the document. And importantly, they specify both the intended outcomes and the groups they target. So heritage organizations, heritage professionals, or communities. Essentially, the what and the who. Likewise, for Strategic Direction 2, the desired outcomes and target beneficiaries are identified from heritage organizations and professionals through to communities to deliver meaningful change through activating heritage. And for Strategic Direction 3, these are further supported. So these long-term and intermediate outcomes are further supported by short-term outcomes which describe the how. These appear in the program of work, as I mentioned, about which you'll be hearing shortly. Finally, a word on the enablers. ICCROM's ability to deliver relies on key enablers, the essential building blocks that power the system behind the strategy. The strategic plan integrates these components, reflecting our One ICCROM commitment to working in a unified, coordinated way across all areas of the organization. So Enabler 1, investing in people, focuses on our people, strengthening the workforce and HR systems, attracting new talent and promoting organizational well-being. Enabler 2 enhances transparent and accountable governance and effective management, strong member state relations, and operational excellence in alignment with international standards. Enabler 3 strengthens strategic planning, monitoring, and evaluation, helping ICCROM remain agile, relevant, and outcomes-focused through coherent evidence-based planning. Enabler 4 enhances ICCROM's global impact and sustainability by increasing visibility, deepening engagement with our member states, expanding partnerships, and mobilizing resources. Enabler 5 underpins program delivery and innovation by maintaining modern physical and digital infrastructure and adopting smarter, greener ways of working. Together, these 5 enablers form the foundation for implementing ICCROM's strategic plan. Rooted in 7 decades of excellence, our enduring statutory functions remain at the heart of what we do, serving our member states through knowledge sharing, interdisciplinary research, partnerships, capacity building and training, and outreach. Our purpose is unchanged. The strategic plan reaffirms and communicates this through a clear vision and pathway. The theory of change serving as the bridge between the strategic plan and the program of work and budget to ensure that our long-term strategic vision is fully reflected in operational planning. The next presentation on the program of work and budget will show how this translates into concrete actions for the upcoming biennium. And so finally, here is a reminder concerning the suggested action that the General Assembly is invited to consider ICCROM's strategic plan 2026 to 2031 for information, and I thank you.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this next presentation refers to document GA 34/14.2. Presents ICCROM's proposed program of work and budget for the 2026-2027 biennium. The General Assembly is invited to consider this document for approval, including the appendix on the Monitor and Evaluation Framework, and to authorize the Director General to propose adjustments to the program of work and budget during the biennium as necessary to ensure that expenditures remain aligned with the resource actually available. As highlighted in the previous presentation, ICCROM's new strategic plan for 2026-2031 reflects the organization's commitment to adopting best practices in order to fulfill its mandate and better serve the member states. Building on this foundation, the biennial programs of work and budget provide the operational framework through which the strategic plan is implemented. In other words, the program of work and budget translates ICCROM's strategic plan into action. It defines the corporate outputs for the biennium and shows their alignment with the anticipated outcomes across the 9 priority areas and 3 strategic directions. The underlying logic driving change across all strategic directions and priority areas is that ICCROM's activities and outputs will aim to increase awareness and aspiration, enhance knowledge, skills, and access to resources, and foster positive shifts in practice and policy amongst professionals, organizations, and communities. The draft program of work and budget is organized into 6 sections, providing a coherent and transparent overview of ICCROM's programmatic focus and resource allocation. The program of work section is structured to clearly illustrate the logic of change within each priority area. At the top, the change pathway is presented. It shows the short-term, intermediate, and long-term outcomes connected by arrows to indicate the trajectory of progress. Beneath the outcomes and feeding into their achievement, the corporate outputs for the biennium are displayed into 2 columns. The left column lists outputs with secured funding, drawn from the regular budget and confirmed voluntary contributions. The right column highlights aspirational outputs that depend on additional voluntary contributions. Each set of outputs reflects the primary thematic focus of its priority area. Here it's important to note that many outputs contribute beyond their designated priority area, supporting others within the same strategic direction and across different ones. This interconnected approach reflects ICCROM's strategic framework, which emphasizes synergy amongst priority areas within a comprehensive programmatic structure. This section also presents the budget allocation for each priority area, broken down between the regular budget and committed voluntary contributions for staff and activity costs, along with the relevant delivery mechanisms across ICCROM's programs and initiatives that will produce the outputs. On the left-hand side of this slide, you can see the range of outputs planned for the next biennium. These include advisory services, field projects, policy meetings and recommendations, publications and translations, practical tools, research, and a variety of capacity building and awareness-raising initiatives. On the right side of the slide, their distribution across the 9 priority areas is illustrated in the horizontal bar chart, providing a clear visual representation of how these outputs align with ICCROM's strategic priorities. As a core outcome of ICCROM's interventions, the number of individuals trained across the 9 priority areas is presented separately in this diagram. Training activities are most prominent under Strategic Direction 1, Conserve, reflecting ICCROM's mandate on conservation. At the same time, substantial efforts under Strategic Direction 2, Activate, and Strategic Direction 3, recognize, ensure that capacity building also advances the benefits of heritage and its conservation, alongside policy development and support across the heritage sector and beyond. Here are some key aggregated figures outlining ICCROM's planned outputs for the next biennium. They cover training, field projects, publications, practical tools, and ongoing advisory services provided to the member states. These outputs also include the organization of policy, technical, and awareness-raising events, surveys and communication campaigns, and participation in high-level policy meetings, as well as the ongoing development and enhanced accessibility of ICCROM's unique library and archives collections, available both on-site and online, and internships and fellowships undertaken across different priority areas to foster research and future expertise. Section C of the document outlines how the 5 organizational enablers will underpin ICCROM's ability to deliver the program of work and budget for the next biennium. Investing in people will prioritize the implementation of ICCROM's new human resource strategy to strengthen workforce planning, attract emerging talent, and promote well-being. Internal governance and management will focus on reinforcing transparent systems, compliance, and integrated processes to ensure operational coherence and sustainability. Strategic planning, monitoring and evaluation will advance a comprehensive monitoring and evaluation framework to track progress, demonstrate impact, and align with the 2026-2031 strategic plan. Visibility, partnerships, and resource mobilization will enhance global outreach and advocacy while implementing a resource mobilization strategy aimed at increasing voluntary contributions. Finally, technology and infrastructure will strengthen ICCROM's operational backbone through robust IT systems, logistics, and premises maintenance, while driving digital transformation via expanded e-learning, digitized resources, improved stakeholder management, and upgraded communication platforms. I will now pass the floor to the manager of the Finance and Administration Unit, Massimo Rossi, for the presentation of the budget section. Thank you.
Thank you, Hussein. Hello again, greetings, distinguished delegates, council members, and ladies and gentlemen. So I will walk you through a few slides on the budget for the 2026-2027 biennium. In this first table, summarize the budget allocation by strategic directions, as my colleagues were mentioning before, and organizational enablers. So you will notice in the various lines on the right-hand side of the table, the various budget allocations per each line, and in the columns, the impact of regular budget and voluntary contributions. And on the left-hand side, you can appreciate the division of these same strategic directions and enablers and the impact of their percentages. In the next table, on the left-hand side, we insist on the same budget figures previously seen, rearranged by staff costs and activities. That you can see that activities are broken down by enablers and priority areas. And on the right-hand side, we can see, again, in the stacked column charts, a division of regular budget, voluntary contribution, and the total of the two. And you will further notice that the regular budget is broken down by budget year, while the voluntary contributions, we have left the full biennial amount, as the yearly breakdown could be considered misleading, since there is not always a proportional distribution of projects throughout the year. On the right-hand side, the same information is graphically rearranged in a stacked column chart in which we can see the impact of staff costs and activities, with the staff costs in purple and the enablers in yellow and priority areas in green. And while you can see that there is quite a pressure of staff costs on the regular budget, around 78%, the situation improves once we factor in voluntary contributions, considering, as mentioned by the DG in our opening remarks, that the organization has secured a considerable amount of voluntary contributions. On the next slide, we're taking a look at the funding sources of how we're going to, the income streams that are going to fund this 2026-2027 biennium. And the regular budget, of course, the first column is mainly based on the assessed contribution, integrated by a small amount, which is typically used to finance scholarships and internships through a dedicated reserve that we have specifically earmarked for this. And then we have, again, the line on the voluntary contributions. And on the pie chart on the left, we can see, again, the division and the impact of the percentages. In the next slide, we are comparing the budget evolution, the current biennium, or to better say the next biennium, with the previous two biennia, again broken down by activities and staff costs. And you will notice also on the right-hand side the column stack charts that also maybe more easily show the impact of staff costs and activities. And I think we can appreciate the higher percentage of funds dedicated to activities in this biennium and the containment that there is being on staff costs. On the next slide, we're taking a look also at the past 10 years of contributions in terms of regular budget and voluntary contributions. And as many other international organizations, also ICCROM has managed to increase its voluntary contribution throughout the years, except for a shortfall in one biennium, but there's been a constant and continuous increase. The regular budget is quite a flat line, and these are nominal values. So if one had to factor in actually inflation from the past 10 years, that line would be less straight than it is, for sure, but we are sticking with the nominal value on this slide. Lastly, sorry to be the bearer of not the best news, except for the previous slides, this is a snapshot of the liquidity outlook of next year in 2026, which is based basically on the 2025. And some of you might remember that during the report on assessed contributions, we have mentioned about 70% of contributions received in 2025, so that leaves out almost 30% of the budget in 2025. That has been basically, the gap in liquidity has been bridged through a number of buffers that typically are being used in the first parts of the year. So it's not only a question of member state contributions paid, but it's also an issue of timeliness of these contributions, because typically these buffers that we have put in place at the end of 2025 due to the lack of the 30% of assessed contributions, we have used them up. We have particularly used budget carry forwards. We had used provisions to bridge this gap in 2025, which typically we would use in the first years, the first 2 quarters of 2026, in which typically we do not receive, as many other international organizations, we do not receive very many contributions in the first parts of the year. So these are 3 scenarios, from an optimistic one to a more pessimistic one. And it's, of course, only, I don't want to be too alarmistic, it's only based on assessed contributions. Of course, the organization can count on reserves, it can count even on small investments that can be liquidated easily. So it is not really a question of insolvency or anything like that, but it's just to show that this reduction of assessed contributions for this year has an impact and has been impacting us. And we have already put some measures in front, and we will continue to adopt those in 2026 if the situation doesn't improve. And with this last note, I will pass it back to my colleague José Luis Perdursoli for the delivery mechanisms and monitoring and evaluation framework.
Coming to section F of the document, it outlines how ICCROM's ongoing programs and initiatives will contribute to delivering the corporate outputs across the 9 priority areas. These delivery mechanisms are listed in this slide and include the ICCROM's flagship programs, regional and thematic initiatives addressing diverse heritage typologies, research activities, and the services of the ICCROM Library and Archives. A logical framework is presented for each of these delivery mechanisms, showing how it contributes to the different priority areas. The framework restates the short-term, intermediate, and long-term outcomes for each priority area to reaffirm the envisaged trajectory of change. Following the outcomes, the outputs linked to each delivery mechanism are detailed, specified by their typology, target, originating activities, topic, regional coverage, other priority areas addressed, and allocated voluntary contributions and/or regular budget. Aspirational outputs are presented separately for additional clarity. Following the recommendation from the evaluation of the previous strategic cycle, ICCROM has developed a robust monitor and evaluation framework. This provides a structured, results-oriented approach for tracking progress, assessing impact, and fostering adaptive learning in the 2026-2027 program of work. The framework promotes accountability, transparency, and continuous improvement. Rooted in the newly adopted 2026-2031 strategic plan and theory of change, and guided by ICCROM's CARE vision to conserve, activate, and recognize heritage as a vital global resource, it ensures that ICCROM's interventions remain aligned with the organization's long-term vision, strategic priorities, and the evolving needs of its member states. The Monitor and Evaluation Framework sets out a coherent set of quantitative and qualitative indicators mapped to ICCROM's 3 strategic directions and 9 priority areas. These indicators cover all results levels, from outputs to short-term, intermediate, and long-term outcomes. Each indicator is paired with relevant means of verification to ensure systematic, reliable, and actionable data collection. The selection of indicators and verification methods reflects ICCROM's current capacity, ensuring that the M&E or Monitor and Evaluation System is ambitious yet realistic and can be implemented effectively with available resources. This concludes the presentation of the draft program of work and budget for the 2026-2027 biennium. The suggested action required is repeated on this final slide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, the DG and the Secretariat for this presentation. I will now open the floor for comments and interventions, if any. China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank the Secretariat for drafting and introducing the Strategic Plan 2026 to 2031 and the draft program of work and budget for 2026 to 2027 to member states clearly. China thinks that this strategic plan is fully aligned with the United Nations 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and reflects ICCROM's forward-looking vision in key areas, including cultural heritage and climate change, social development, risk management, cross-secretary collaboration, and the strengthening of institutional capacities. China appreciates and supports these directions. China just suggests that building on this framework, ICCROM can develop more practical and operational action plans to further advance the effective implementation of the strategic plan. Thank you.
Thank you. I give the floor to Korea and then to Spain. Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The delegation of the Republic of Korea expresses its deep appreciation to the Director General, the ICCROM Secretariat, the Council members, and the Strategic Directions Working Group for their dedicated and substantive contributions to the formulation of ICCROM's new strategic plan and vision. First, this delegation strongly supports the CARE vision, which seeks to conserve, activate, and recognize the full potential and value of heritage. The Korean delegation is convinced that this new strategy will serve as a solid foundation for addressing the interconnected global challenges of our time, including climate change, while promoting better lives and sustainable livelihoods through heritage. The delegation of the Republic of Korea is the view that achieving meaningful and measurable outcomes from this new strategy and vision will require an inclusive, transparent, and coherent management system encompassing human resources, governance structure, program implementation, and financial management. This delegation looks forward to ICCROM's continued commitment to upholding these values. In this regard, this delegation emphasizes the importance of maintaining a balance between the three strategic directions. Such a balance would further strengthen ICCROM's long-term goals and enhance the coherence of its strategic framework, especially for priority areas that rely significantly on voluntary contributions. In addition to this, while the PWB is presented as result-oriented, it does not yet include baseline or measurable indicators to support the effective implementation and monitoring of this new strategy. Even preliminary KPIs or milestones could be incorporated into the 2026 to 2031 monitoring and evaluation framework. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I will ask the Secretariat later to respond to the queries raised by you. I give the floor to Spain and then to Latvia.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Señora directora general, estimados miembros, no quisiera cansarles a estas horas, pero desearía hacer unas declaraciones con respecto a la presentación del plan estratégico. España desea felicitar a ICCROM por la elaboración de su plan estratégico, un documento sólido, ambicioso y profundamente alineado con los grandes desafíos globales que afrontarán hoy el patrimonio, las comunidades y el planeta. Damos la bienvenida en particular a su visión CARE, conservar, activar y reconocer, que sitúa el patrimonio no solo como objeto de protección, sino como un recurso vivo al desarrollo sostenible, la cohesión social y la paz. Desde la perspectiva de la cooperación cultural española, valoramos muy positivamente el enfoque integral del plan, centrado en personas, planeta y prosperidad, así como una clara orientación a resultados, basada en la teoría del cambio, la previsión estratégica y el refuerzo del seguimiento y la evaluación. Este salto cualitativo en la planificación refuerza la credibilidad, la eficacia y el impacto de ICCROM. Queremos destacar la dirección estratégica de conservar, que refuerza las capacidades, la gestión de riesgos y la gobernanza participativa. España comparte plenamente este énfasis en la gestión preventiva, la profesionalización, la anticipación de riesgos y la participación de comunidades, aspectos clave de nuestra acción exterior en patrimonio, especialmente en contextos de crisis climática, desastres e inestabilidad. En segundo lugar, celebramos la ambición de activar el patrimonio como motor de soluciones climáticas, cohesión social y medios de vida sostenibles. España considera esencial este enfoque que conecta patrimonio, acción climática, bienestar social, emprendimiento cultural y economías locales. El patrimonio bien gestionado es un aliado estratégico para la resiliencia, la lucha contra el despoblamiento, la inclusión y el desarrollo económico responsable. Asimismo, valoramos especialmente la dirección estratégica de reconocer, que apuesta por generar evidencia, reforzar la cooperación intersectorial y situar el patrimonio en el centro de las políticas públicas. Este enfoque resulta clave para garantizar inversión sostenida, coherencia institucional y mayor impacto. Desde España compartimos plenamente la necesidad de que el patrimonio dialogue con ámbitos como la educación, la salud, el clima y la innovación. Deseamos también reconocer el énfasis en la inclusión, la diversidad de conocimientos, la innovación digital ética y el fortalecimiento institucional de ICCROM a través de sus facilitadores organizativos, invertir en las personas, en la gobernanza, en la planificación, en las alianzas y la tecnología, es invertir en la sostenibilidad futura de nuestra organización. Esperamos que la implantación de estas estrategias garantice el mantenimiento de unos estándares de calidad en la formación sobre CPC, teniendo en cuenta las necesidades de los diferentes países miembros y poniendo énfasis en los refuerzos técnicos locales. En conclusión, para terminar, España reafirma su compromiso firme con ICCROM, con su mandato de liderazgo técnico en conservación y restauración del patrimonio y con su visión transformadora del mismo. Seguiremos colaborando activamente en programas de cooperación, formación, asistencia técnica y acción en el terreno en el marco de este nuevo plan estratégico, convencidos de que el patrimonio es una herramienta estratégica para la recuperación, la cohesión social, la resiliencia climática y la paz. Gracias.
Thank you. I give the floor to Latvia.
Madam President, Director General, delegates, colleagues, I speak on behalf of the delegations from Latvia, Sweden, Estonia, Norway, Finland, and Lithuania. Thank you for presentation of the draft strategic plan 2026-2031 and the draft program of work and budget for 2026 and 2027, and for the substantial work invested in development need. We welcome the continued focus on social inclusion, climate-responsive conservation, and the contribution of heritage to prosperity. We also appreciate the acknowledgement of global challenges and the need of broaden expertise and enforce a strong strategic approach focusing on long-term resilience and inclusive participation. Regarding the draft program of work and budget 2026-2027, we value the approach to link resources with a strategic ambition and to move toward impact-oriented reporting. At the same time, the state's contribution mainly comes from the state budget lines. We stress the need for three aspects: strengthen financial transparency, the second, risk analysis regarding the budget, and the third, clearly defined baselines for the evaluation of the program. These aspects are essential for meaningful monitoring and evaluation. In this context, we undersigned would appreciate clarification on few points. First, whether more frequent interim reporting could strengthen oversight and follow-up. Number two, whether more disaggregate information on voluntary contributions could enhance transparency and comparability. And the third, and a clearer explanation of the enablers, including their scopes and the costs associated with them. We also request further information on how the work program and budget addressed the safeguarding of ICCROM's library and archives during the headquarters renovation, given their importance to the organization mandate. We would like to express deep appreciation for the work undertaken, not least the important foresight analysis it is based on, while also calling for enhanced clarity, transparency, and follow-up to ensure robust implementation. In conclusion, we wish to emphasize ICCROM's contribution to the preservation of the world cultural heritage. Together, we must reach the goals that are becoming increasingly complex and challenging to achieve. Therefore, we encourage efforts in the upcoming period to reduce bureaucratic processes within ICCROM by enhancing communication procedures, simplifying documentation requirements, and applying new technologies and AI-based solutions in a conscious and sustainable manner, as highlighted by both Mondiacult and the Culture Compass. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now request the DG to respond to the points raised by Korea and Latvia.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much to all member states for this enriching comments and guidance, and therefore certainly what I can gather appreciation for this new strategic plan and strategic program work and budget moving forward. So I thank all the delegates and member states for highlighting that. So I will definitely take the questions maybe in an aggregated manner too as a response, and then maybe ask my colleagues to go into some of the more detail as the baseline and the financial risk, etc. So in terms of, as I said in the morning for the previous one, so this is a strategic document, the PWB 2026-2027, which is for the first time, I can say, encompassing a thorough theory of change. The theory of change is an instrument that enables us to zoom in and zoom out from the very high-level results throughout all the chain of causal pathway. They will lead to even the, if you wish, the more detailed activities. So this is a very powerful instrument that can allow us to understand, as I said, the pathway of change that would bring every single outputs and project activities to demonstrate their impact and their contribution to the higher level results. So with this in mind, and thanks to the fact that we would finally have these corporate outcomes, long-term outcomes, intermediate outcomes, and short-term outcomes, which are the higher level results that inspire the tangible outputs. Outputs are, by definition, the products that are in the hands of the team that delivers them, so are fully attributable to ICCROM, to the team that works on, and there is a difference from attribution to contribution, so we can be held accountable for the attribution of the outputs while we make all the efforts to contribute together with other stakeholders. And you are one of them, to make the change in partners, institutional and societal level that are represented by the outcome. So this to say that through the M&E framework, this goes to the question of our Korean delegate question, which we do have a strong M&E framework that has been submitted to you together with the document. We'll be definitely able to provide you with all the different, say, progress that we will make towards the achievement, as I said, throughout the chain. And this also for China. So we'll be very happy as soon as we will move towards an IT-based system, so that we move from Excel and document, separate documentation into one single integrated system. Then we will be also able to generate reports. And this is something that I'm so proud that this is happening. And we can generate reports at different level, outcomes, outputs, etc., and share with the member states also through the website. All specific demands will be definitely accommodated. I will pass the floor maybe to colleagues. As I said, I just want to say that financial transparency is our utmost priority. I hope it's coming out very clear. All these figures are correct, and by the books we are constantly audited, and we fully comply as per auditors also auditor statement with the IPSAS standards. So, of course, to you to comment. Also, we will have tomorrow our external auditors to present the auditor statements. In terms of voluntary contribution, disaggregated, I just want to pick that because indeed, as Latvia member clearly said, the vast majority, if I can say even the 99% of majority of the activities and projects are made possible through voluntary contribution, as the budget is very tight and it serves to maintain the sustainability of the organization. And as you have seen in a slide, we are at risk in the moment of a financial situation because the liquidity is really getting short. So in terms of voluntary contribution, of course, you will certainly agree with me that there are specific program document, project document, and also cooperation agreement with the specific donor. So obviously what we can share is not the full detail because this is also something that we need to comply with the donor requirements, the reporting donor requirements, but we will be very happy again through different forms of website or generating reports to anyway, without disclosing any specific information that pertain to the agreement with the donor. We are happy to demonstrate that indeed the impact of those activities are catalytic and will contribute fully to the achievement of the results that we have that we plan to. We plan to, as you have seen from the program work and budget 2026-2027. And with this, I may ask Massimo and then Jose Luis, and of course, Alison, if you want.
Yes, thank you, DG. And I just wanted to thank the members of China, Korea, Spain, Latvia, and if I may say, the Nordic Alliance for their comments and questions. I just wanted to touch upon the argument of financial transparency, because of course we do have internal body side like the council, with whom we work in close cooperation. Then we have the external part of the auditing as set by the DG, which it works with us on a yearly basis and have a 6 years mandate. And in the next council, we'll be also looking at the new appointment for the new strategic cycle of the auditing company. But I just wanted to assure you that when we presented, I started here working for February, and since then we've been working on the draft program and working budget, and it has evolved together with the council that has raised a number of issues, that gives us a number of suggestions and comments. So what you see now is basically the results of a joint work together with council, who has allowed us to make a lot of improvements, I hope, and in terms of clarity and transparency. So it's been a work that we have carried out together, and I hope this is better than at least than when we started out. Another question that touched upon risk management, and this has been also very much discussed also in past years, and the necessity of having maybe some internal dedicating functions on that will be wonderful to have. I must be totally candid, financially speaking, in this moment, I don't know how much we are in the position to invest in new positions when we are in a situation, in a quite delicate situation financially, but it's surely, no, this doesn't mean that we do not take it in the highest consideration, and we will do it as soon as possible, appointing someone, because it's already been said many times in the year. I recall also an extended management audit that's been carried out between 2021 and 2023, and had flagged the same issue. A last point on enablers, I think there was also a request of clarity on enablers. These are basically the ensemble of support functions. So inside the enablers, you will find the institutional, basically, services, you will find communications and municipality, you will find the cost for administration and finance costs, you will find the logistics, you will find the IT infrastructure. So all of those support areas and support costs that enable the organization to achieve and follow its programmatic objectives. So that's why it's quite significant as an amount, but it's really the backbone of the organization that allows to support all of its activities throughout the world, keeping into consideration that this is a small organization, but it has a mandate in the entire world. And it does that in a very resilient and flexible way, because it does not have sub-offices or other kinds of offices in the field, and it relies just on a very small headquarters, and it's maintaining costs under control in this way. So then I'll pass it on maybe for the more programmatic questions to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to react to the question from Korea on the indicators. So as you can see in the monitor and evaluation framework within the program of work and budget, instead of oversimplifying with a small number of so-called KPIs, key indicators. So we have developed a robust set of indicators for each level of change across the 9 priority areas, so that we can cover all the work of ICCROM. And as you can see, these indicators are both quantitative and qualitative. And I think that also responds to a question posed by Switzerland earlier today, in terms of having more narrative in the reporting. So this framework covers both the numbers, but also the stories. And it's going to all be there, and we're going to report on that. The fact about the baseline, because we are now starting a new strategic cycle, and because, as you can see, the indicators, the vast majority of them refer to the percentage of participants demonstrating change, it's impossible to have a baseline before that. So this first biennium is where we will establish that baseline, while already being able to report on the change that will be driven by ICCROM's activities. So I hope that answered that question. Thank you.
Thank you. We have kept Switzerland waiting. You have the floor, Switzerland.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Nous ne prononçons pas sur le plan stratégique qui nous a été soumis pour information uniquement, mais sur le projet de programme de travail et de budget que nous sommes censés adopter. Je crois que ça a été dit à plusieurs reprises ces derniers 2 jours, que les programmes, les activités et le vrai travail de l'ICCROM est le cœur de cette organisation. Sa raison d'être aussi, et je suis sûr que tout le monde partage cet avis. Donc, nous sommes évidemment en accord que ces programmes doivent être orientés vers des objectifs stratégiques qui soutiennent une vision commune de l'organisation, de notre organisation. Et il est clair qu'il doit y avoir une déclinaison, en quelque sorte, de la vision à travers des objectifs stratégiques qui doivent nous amener à cette vision vers des mesures et des actions concrètes, ce sont les programmes et les activités, pour réaliser ces objectifs stratégiques. Nous saluons par conséquent que ces programmes et les activités que nous avons trouvés dans ce document font voir une grande continuité de l'engagement de l'ICCROM sur des pistes qui ont été utilisées avec un grand succès dans le passé, et nous sommes contents qu'il y a les grands programmes, les leadership programs qui vont continuer dans ce sens aussi. Après, je dois nuancer un tout petit peu notre enthousiasme par rapport à ce programme. La substance du travail de l'ICCROM, les activités et les programmes se trouvent uniquement dans une annexe. Et ce qui nous a franchement assez frappé de voir le cœur de l'activité dans une annexe seulement. Et il s'agit ici, à notre sens, pas d'un document stratégique, mais d'un programme contrat de travail avec un budget concret qui est établi pour les prochains 2 ans. De plus, ces programmes ont été morcelés d'une façon selon les objectifs stratégiques qui les rend compliqués à comprendre à notre avis, et la compréhension est difficile de voir l'ensemble de ce que l'ICCROM va réellement faire ces prochains 2 ans. Et nous avons aussi noté qu'il y a beaucoup d'activités proposées qui n'ont pas de financement, donc ni extra-budgétaire ni régulaire, et nous concluons que ces activités-là sont à ce stade, osons dire, hypothétiques, parce que ça dépend s'il y a une contribution volontaire qui peut les couvrir. Et il y a certaines, si on a bien lu les détails, certaines de ces activités qui nous paraissent quand même essentielles et prioritaires, par exemple les acquisitions de la bibliothèque en la version française sur la page 93. Nous étions aussi étonnés que le déménagement qui a été annoncé plus tôt dans la journée n'est pas du tout reflété dans ce programme de travail, et qui a déjà une fois déménagé une organisation, et même si elle n'est pas énorme dans la taille, c'est que ça va forcément avoir un impact, et ça doit forcément refléter dans les objectifs aussi de comment ça va se faire et comment ça va être travaillé. Où nous avons des plus grands questionnements, c'est par rapport au moteur organisationnel, qui sont expliqués dans la version française sur les pages 32, 33 et 34. Et pour l'école, il y a un budget de 7,3 millions qui est prévu. Nous aurions eu envie de voir les détails de dépenses qui sont prévues, disons les détails d'activités, de projets qui doivent être mis en œuvre pour ces 7,3 millions, qui se correspond quand même à 37,8% du budget, et des informations qui sont plus concrètes que les généralités que nous avons trouvées dans le document jusque-là. Et c'est pour ça que je suis désolé qu'à ce stade, nous ne sommes pas prêts à adopter ce projet de programme de travail et de budget pour les prochaines 2 ans. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. I request the DG to respond to that.
Thank you very much to the delegate of the Switzerland member state. I will try to, of course, again, give a comprehensive response. The logical frameworks, the delivery mechanism that are, say, by also the fact that it has to be a short document by its nature, being strategic, being put in annex or not, why they are, say, in that position is also because, one, I would, with due respect, disagree on the fact that they are not presenting details, because indeed we actually develop the logical framework for each and every delivery mechanism, and why they are not, say, under the PAs is because they contribute to many SDs. So this is the programmatic approach. So they will not be just in the page of, SD1 or SD2, just for the simple reason that the delivery mechanisms that are our flagship programs do contribute to more than one SDs. So they have a one lead SDs and contributing SDs, as well as contributing to more than one priority area. So this is absolutely the fact, and that's why they cannot, say, be sort of presented in a siloed approach under each and every SD, because they contribute to more than one SD. So I will stop there for that specific, and of course my colleague Jose can also go into detail if necessary. For the move, well, I can also say that this is an operational aspect of a situation that is happening that does not have any sort of implication on the delivery of our program. So this is a moving of chairs and tables, I would say, but this has nothing to do with our capacity to deliver our program of work and budget. In terms of maybe details on the financial aspects, I believe they are all there and catered for, but if necessary, I can ask my colleague Massimo, of course, to take it forward.
Yes, thank you, DG, and thank you to the delegate from Switzerland for his comments. Yes, just to elaborate a bit on the premises, you do not see anything planned there because we were thinking of doing it this year, in November actually. Then we had some last-minute things, as typically happens with the moves. But basically, most of the commitments, I don't know if some of you can recall when we were speaking about assessed contributions, we were showing a graph, a stack column of our commitments to year-end. Those expenditures already include the move. We have done the bidding process, we have done a contract. Now the move is going to take place in the mid-January probably, but we started already parked and signed off for our commitments this year because we have to be ready. And we did not know exactly when the works were going to be finished, but there was talks about moving in November, December. So basically that has been factored already in the previous biennium. And also to flag that we have a dedicated reserve, so that is basically equity in our accounts, dedicated to the move. So that is why there is not much on the 26-27 budget, because we hope to conduct this exercise with the resources we have currently. Thank you.
Thank you. UAE, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. The UAE would like to congratulate the Secretariat for developing such an ambitious plan with such an inspiring vision. We would like to raise a few points. Firstly, we would like to echo the Republic of Korea's comments regarding the need for having baselines for qualitative KPIs. In general, much of the KPIs are quantitative. However, monitoring impact of initiatives aiming to increase recognition, for example, should be measured through more qualitative KPIs that really measure how recognition is changing and having a clear baseline for that. Secondly, under the annex of the report, the regional center in Sharjah is considered as a program initiative together with FAR and WHL, etc. The regional center in Sharjah should be considered as infrastructure and therefore as an enabler, while the programs and initiatives it runs, such as the master's programs and training workshops, etc., are considered delivery mechanisms. We would highly appreciate this distinction in the report. Finally, in addition to the points made by Switzerland regarding the breakdown of the costs or the budget, the UAE also notes that the budget breakdown under organizational enabler proposes to invest very little on the people and the talent embedded in the ICCROM team. With such an ambitious program of work, surely manpower and resource allocation should be reconsidered.
Thank you. Qatar, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam Director General and the Secretariat. We'd like to congratulate you on a very extensive job. I'm sure it wasn't easy to try to come up with a program of work. We highly appreciate the direction of going into a value-based strategy rather than a quantitative number or a benchmark sort of to try to achieve. Perhaps in line with that, and as an approach, whenever we strategize towards creating value in lack of a benchmark or in lack of a potential KPI, which I do recognize, I do agree that it's difficult to set up upfront, to create a value of work planned versus a value of work completed, meaning where does the value of the expenditure come from? Is it in enhanced skill set? Is it in saving time? Is it in enhanced protection? And at the end of the year, we're able to quantify how much of the value has been completed or has been achieved. And generally speaking, when it comes to strategizing towards creating value, this tends to be a lot easier to manage and a lot easier to demonstrate to member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Gata. Before I ask the DG to respond, I will take Sweden.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I would like to say that, yes, in light of the statement that was delivered by Latvia, which we performed together, it is not a critique towards the validity of the budget. It is only that it is difficult to understand the whole setup of the budget. There's no list of contributors, for example, and it is difficult to understand quickly and easily who all the contributors are, and to easily understand what the program is. And so the matrix of the program and budget is very thorough and it's very impressive. But it also needs to be clear and easily understood by everyone. So this is just a question of making it more clear to easily understand. And so I would like to just ask Switzerland, which also had some questions about enablers and some details about that. How would we go about if there is no consensus on approval of the PVB? So it's actually a question back to Switzerland. What would happen? Is there a way to go about this? Thank you.
Thank you. I will ask the DG to respond, but if there is no consensus, then we will go for vote. Yes.
Thank you, Madam President, and distinguished members of our member states. Thanks for the interest generated in our PWB. It's really great to see these dynamics of energy and again interest to our work, which indeed has been a thorough exercise for the last almost year and a half. So just to respond to a couple of questions, and I will ask José Luis and Massimo to take the details. So for the regional center, as I explained earlier, they are an integral part of our work. So they are also partially under the enablers. We do a lot of communication, as you have appreciated, outreach programs, award programs, etc. So when it will come to communication, they are part of the enabler communication. When it comes to other aspects of our work, they will be relating to the colleagues, for instance, that are looking after communication, as I said, or programs, etc. So they will be fully part in the new strategic framework, even more than before, of the different enablers or elsewhere when it comes to programmatic work. So the ATHAR program, which is a specific flagship program, is the archaeological program, is one of the flagship, as you rightly mentioned, like WHL and FAR, but this doesn't mean that FAR has their own way of operating, no, WHL. Everyone works together with the matrix approach, so the programs, and in this case we have some flagship programs already presented in the PWB, do work very closely with the enablers. For example, we do also have operations assistant on the ground in Sharjah, and the team, the administrative and operations team, work very closely with the enabler of administration operation team in Rome. So just to say that all this is part of the VWV, so it's not just an infrastructure. With my due respect, it's more than that. It's much more than that. The regional center is fully integrated in our program and operation. In terms of voluntary contribution or activities, I just want to say that what you see in this PWV are the cash in a way in hand, so what we can guarantee already. Of course, as you mentioned before, there are aspirational outputs and they are called aspirational, for which we will need to mobilize. But to see now the contributors, the main contributor is you. So 90+% of the budget that you can see is the forecast of the target budget foreseen to be coming to ICCROM through the 139 member states. Some of the activities that are VC in hand, if you will see, are of course the project for which we have already signed an agreement and has been already catered for under the different SDs and PAs. The rest of the contributor, inshallah, we will have more, and in fact we do have a target of 20% of resource mobilization, will then be obviously most welcome. But for now you see an envelope that is comprised in its totality by the cash that we can foresee in hand through both the assessed contribution that we will look forward to receive from you and the signed agreement already in hand.
Yes, thank you. Just in response to the point raised by Qatar, so the value added, I think, through the activities and initiatives of ICCROM is the increase in the participating professionals and organizational knowledge, skills, access to resources, and so on. So the expected outcome here is that out of all participants, we're going to have 100% kind of having that value added to their work. And this is what we are going to measure against that target of having all participating organizations and professionals fully kind of reporting and acknowledging increasing knowledge, skills, access to resource, and awareness, depending on the case, the type of activity. We're going to measure in terms of the quantitative indication, the fraction of these participants that have reported this positive change on the quantitative side. And on the qualitative side, of course, there are testimonials so that we can corroborate and put a story behind the numbers, explaining what was the change and how it has contributed to improve practice, policy, and beyond. So that's the idea. And it's all there in the monitoring evaluation framework. It's an extensive one, but the indicators are clearly there, defined, and this is how we're going to go about this first stage of measuring and collecting indicators to show progress, at the same time establishing a baseline for the rest of the cycle. Thank you.
Thank you. Since there is no consensus on this, and this is an important item, and we are running very far behind the schedule, we have two very important agenda items, the award and the election result. The suggestion is that we take this discussion forward tomorrow, first thing in the morning, since it cannot be finished in time right now.
Why? We finished.
UK, you have the floor, but after that, I'd like to close this for discussion for tonight. Yes, please have the floor.
Wonderful. I was just going to point out that Switzerland had not been given the floor in order to respond to the request by Sweden, but maybe that could be picked up in the morning. Thank you.
With this, I close this agenda item and postpone it for discussion and either accept it by consensus or go for voting in the morning after discussion. Sorry, Sudan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for this chance. I appreciate your hard work, but transferring every single issue for tomorrow is going to be hell day.
I agree with you, but this is...
Yesterday we have been here until, yesterday we have been here until 7, and today we are reaching maybe to be 8. That means tomorrow we have to be, because the biggest issue we have delayed for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. We have postponed one more item, which is for cleaning up after a lengthy discussion, and this is the second item, which is of utmost importance. And I think it will go for consensus or voting first thing in the morning, and it will be clear then. Thank you. Yes, Canada, you have it, but I really need to close this discussion after this, and I will not entertain any more requests on this after Canada speaks.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to support the sentiment expressed by the delegate from Sudan. Not only do we have a long day tomorrow, the new council will also need to convene. And so these are important items. It is important that we get through them. Thank you.
Also, we lose interpreters very soon as they have to go, and we are closing this agenda item, and we are moving to agenda item number 19 for ICCROM award. Italy, very quickly, if you have a word, please. I really need to close this.
Just to second what the colleagues have just been saying, we need to close it today. Tomorrow we won't have time. Thank you.
This is an important item, and I think I've spoken about that. We will take this up as first thing in the morning, and we will leave it at that. I'm sorry, I have made my point. I'm coming to agenda item number 19, ICCROM award. As with the previous agenda item, this does not require any formal action by the General Assembly. For the announcement of the recipient of the ICCROM award, I would like to invite Ms. Aline, representing ICCROM Award Committee of the Council, to take the floor.
Mesdames, Messieurs, chers délégués, il est tard, je sais, et c'est avec un très très grand plaisir et c'est un grand honneur pour moi de vous présenter les résultats du groupe de travail du Conseil sur le prix de l'ICCROM. Le prix de l'ICCROM, ce groupe de travail a travaillé à la fois sur le processus du prix et ses visées. Plusieurs points ont été mis en évidence, des critères de sélection plus solides, plus précis, plus clairs. Certains sont aussi classiques, et les points particulier sur lequel le Conseil a travaillé pour ce prix, c'est un alignement renforcé sur les missions de l'ICCROM, la reconnaissance de l'expérience des candidats dans le champ du patrimoine, l'engagement au sein de leur communauté et leur contribution au niveau local. Enfin, évidemment, la reconnaissance internationale et la reconnaissance par les pairs. Dans le cadre de la sélection opérée, nous avons accordé une attention particulière au rôle du lauréat dans la transmission des connaissances et la bonne connaissance des expertises locales, l'engagement dans l'utilisation et la mise en valeur des techniques traditionnelles et des initiatives traditionnelles appuyées sur un leadership local. Et c'est pour ces raisons que j'ai le grand plaisir d'annoncer que le Conseil a choisi le docteur Haloum Bachra pour ce prix de l'ICCROM, et je vous prie, voilà, de le saluer. Le docteur Haloum Bachra est un éminent architecte, anthropologue, restaurateur et universitaire palestinien. Depuis plus de 30 ans, il joue un rôle de premier plan dans l'élaboration des pratiques et du discours sur la conservation du patrimoine en Palestine. Son travail lie pratique, théorie, pédagogie et engagement public, guidés par un engagement inébranlable en faveur de la durabilité, des connaissances locales et de la transformation sociale. La carrière de M. Bishra est profondément ancrée dans son association de longue date avec RIWAC, le Centre pour l'Architectural Conservation, où il a débuté en tant qu'architecte et designer en 1994. Au cours des 30 dernières années, il a occupé divers rôles clés, notamment celui d'architecte spécialisé en restauration, de directeur de l'unité de conservation et de directeur ou co-directeur de 2010 à 2020. Aujourd'hui, il continue d'être conseiller partie principale et rédacteur en chef de l'influente série de monographies de RIWAC sur l'histoire architecturale de la Palestine. Sous la direction visionnaire de la fondatrice, le Dr Souad Amiri, l'institution a été un terrain propice à sa carrière. Sous sa direction, l'institution a restauré de nombreux bâtiments et ensembles historiques, en particulier dans les zones rurales marginalisées, contribuant ainsi de manière significative à la revitalisation des villes et villages palestiniens et de leur patrimoine culturel. Ce qui distingue l'approche de Dr Bishra est son engagement en faveur du patrimoine en tant que processus sociopolitique vivant. Il défend ce que l'on pourrait appeler la restauration anthropologique, une approche qui place les valeurs communautaires, les significations historiques et les récits autochtones au cœur de la conservation. Son travail combine des techniques traditionnelles et des matériaux locaux avec des technologies de pointe, offrant un modèle holistique de restauration qui fait le lien entre technique et poésie, espace et social. La formation de centaines de jeunes architectes, ingénieurs, entrepreneurs et artisans, en particulier dans le cadre de programmes sur le terrain, est au cœur de son action. Son expertise et sa méthodologie ont été considérablement façonnées par sa participation au cours de conservation de la pierre de l'ICCROM à Venise en 2003, qui a jeté les bases de la rédaction des lignes directrices du RIWAC pour l'entretien et la restauration des bâtiments historiques en Palestine en 2005. Cette expérience a permis non seulement d'affiner ses normes techniques, mais aussi d'initier des collaborations durables. Plusieurs experts affiliés à l'ICCROM ont par la suite été invités en Palestine pour animer des sessions de formation spécialisées sous sa direction. M. Bishra a également participé au forum international organisé par l'ICCROM en 2005 sur le thème « Le patrimoine culturel dans la reconstruction d'après-guerre » qui a donné lieu à la publication d'un volume scientifique. Sa contribution à cette initiative a démontré une fois de plus son leadership intellectuel dans le domaine de plus en plus vital du patrimoine dans les situations de conflit et d'après-conflit. Au-delà de la pratique, M. Bishara est un auteur et un éditeur prolifique qui contribue au discours régional et international sur le patrimoine, la mémoire et l'urbanisme et la théorie postcoloniale. Il est l'auteur ou le co-auteur de plus de 20 articles et chapitres de livres et a édité plus de 15 volumes dans la série des monographies RIWAC, couvrant un large éventail de sujets. M. Bishara est titulaire d'un doctorat en anthropologie socioculturelle de l'Université de Californie à Irvine et d'un master en conservation des villes et bâtiments historiques de l'Université catholique de Louvain. Il est actuellement professeur adjoint à l'Université de Birzeit, où il donne des cours sur la sociologie urbaine, le colonialisme, les camps de réfugiés et l'anthropologie. En 2025, il a été nommé rédacteur en chef du Jérusalem Quarterly, où il continue à développer l'engagement de la revue en matière d'espace, de politique et d'histoire sociale. En résumé, la carrière de M. Raloum Bishra reflète une synthèse extraordinaire de conservation pratique, de recherche universitaire, de leadership éditorial et d'engagement pédagogique. Son travail illustre les valeurs de l'ICCROM, une conservation ancrée dans les réalités locales, soutenue par la formation et la collaboration et élargie par une recherche rigoureuse et un dialogue mondial. Le prix de l'ICCROM est une reconnaissance de sa contribution exceptionnelle au secteur de la conservation du patrimoine et de son influence plus large sur la discipline et la pratique au niveau mondial. Je le félicite chaudement de ce prix et vais lui laisser la parole pour sa propre intervention. Merci de votre attention.
Good evening, everybody. Merci, Madame. Thank you, Madame President, distinguished delegates of the General Assembly, members of ICCROM Council, dear colleagues, dear friends. I am deeply honored to accept the ICCROM award. When I received your letter informing me of this recognition, I felt both humbled and profoundly grateful. To join the list of individuals who have received this award since its establishment is an immense privilege. This award comes at a time when Gaza in particular and Palestine in general is experiencing unprecedented destruction, including the devastation of cultural heritage sites that I have spent my life trying to protect. Heritage conservation has been the core of my life work for more than 3 decades. ICCROM has accompanied me through some of most formative experiences, shaping not only my technical understanding, but also my ethics towards heritage, its materiality, its people, its political meaning. Much of my journey has unfolded through Riwaq Center. Since 1994, Riwaq has been more than a workplace. It has been a collective home where we restored not only buildings, but also confidence in the value of local knowledge, craftsmanship, and community-led heritage. With my colleagues, we sought to show that heritage is not a luxury, but a living socio-political process, one that can sustain rural communities, safeguard memory, and imagine futures beyond colonization, fragmentation, and destruction. I stand here today not as an individual, but as part of a wide circle of mentors, collaborators, students, and craftspeople. I am indebted to Saad Amiri, whose vision made Riwaq possible, and to the many young architects, engineers, and artisans across Palestine who turned theory into practice through their hands and labor. I am also indebted to my family, who believed in me and my work. I particularly thank my wife, present among you, who was also an ICCROM colleague, and my daughter and son, who helped me restore our dream home in the historic center of Birzeit near Ramallah. Heritage conservation in the context of settler colonialism, displacement, and rapid transformation is never simple. Yet, it is precisely in such context that our work becomes a form of resistance, repair, and hope. ICCROM commitment to safeguarding cultural heritage globally has helped me understand our struggles not as isolated, but as part of a shared human endeavor. Today's recognition strengthens my belief in the necessity of integrating rigorous conservation practice with a critical scholarship and pedagogy, whether through fieldwork, writing, or teaching at Birzeit University. I have tried to connect the technical with the poetic, the architectural with the anthropological, and the local with the global. We restorers are dreamers. We dream of alternative futures that take into consideration the vast layers human created. But we restorers are also pessimists because we see our work crumbling before our eyes. We know that one day, paraphrasing Levi-Strauss and Triste Tropics, one day a mature restorer will follow our steps, but will not see the things that we saw or restored. At that moment in time, we will regret that we did not do more, that we did not master our art, that we did not stand firmly in the face of destruction and injustices. I accept this award with deep gratitude on behalf of my people in Gaza, on behalf of my colleagues at Riwaq who believe in conservation rooted in community guided by knowledge, and open to dialogue across borders and disciplines. Thank you for this honor. It will remain a source of encouragement for years to come. Viva Palestina, viva Humanita. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bashir, and congratulations again, and thank you for your contribution to the field of heritage conservation. I now have the honor of formally conferring you the ICCROM Award. Now we'll go to the announcement of results of the elections for the ICCROM Council. Dear colleagues, it's now time to announce the results of the election for the new members of the ICCROM Council. I've been informed by the chairperson of the Committee on Candidature that the committee completed the counting of ballots. I will now ask the chairperson to announce the results, and when the council member hears their name announced, they may stand up, if present here.
Bien, en tant que chair du comité pour la sélection des candidatures, c'est à moi donc qu'il revient de présenter ces résultats. Je vais d'abord donner le nombre de votes, 80 votes, vote invalide 5, abstention 5 et donc vote valide 75. Les membres du Conseil élus pour la 34e session de l'Assemblée générale en 2025 pour la période s'achevant à la fin de la 36e session de l'Assemblée générale en 2029 sont, par ordre de nombre de voix, Amel Chabi, Émirats arabes unis, Abdelatif Al-Jasmi, Qatar. Shiyi Shu, Chine.
Maria Merzoni-Kress. Lorenzo Berg, Chili. Friederike Ansel, Allemagne. Salia Edith Velasco Castellan, Mexique. Mariana Kaplinska, Ukraine. Fatima Chezin Dorouer, Turquie. Mohamed Chérif Hamza, Algérie. Rabia Ara, Maroc. Voilà, comme il n'y a que 11 postes, si je puis dire, à pourvoir au sein du Conseil, malheureusement, nous arrêterons la liste ici. Voilà, je suis désolée pour les candidats qui n'ont pas pu cette année passer le cap, mais je souhaite la bienvenue au nom du Conseil, de mes collègues du Conseil, à tous ceux qui vont nous rejoindre demain pour la première réunion du Conseil.
Thank you, Chairperson, and congratulations to all the elected members. Now I declare the elections to the ICCROM Council completed. The newly elected members, as well as the remaining members of the Council, are expected to meet with the Secretariat after the closure of the session tomorrow. Council members will receive the provisional agenda via email, and it will be posted on the portal by the end of the day. Now I have few housekeeping announcements to make. There is a reception now in Building B on 8th floor. Staff will be happy to accompany delegates. And for tomorrow, we start at 8, right in the morning, so that I have been told by the Secretariat.
No, my dear.
Yes.
No, we do 8:30?
8:30? You said you wrote 8.
I wrote 8, but I wrote 8 because people will come at 8:30.
I can see there are also already, people are not very happy with the idea of 8, and I'm requesting the Secretariat.
8:30?
Jennifer proposes 8:30.
Minister asked 9.
No, we cannot start at 9, otherwise we'll not finish with the day's agenda. I really request all the delegates to be here at 8:30. We have almost half a full day, yeah, and 2 pending agendas from today.
WB now? Delegates, all right, we will start at 9, but we ask you to be punctual.
See you at the reception, everyone.